Hello everybody, it's time. I'm about to start the Starcraft Cup. Pigosaurus Cup. And on top of that, okay, so anyhow, we'll be, because we're still waiting for the tournament to start, actually. I think it starts in like 30 minutes-ish. And it will take a moment to get things going, to get some good games started up and stuff, so yeah. Oh, FML. I always hate this. What was the time? 8 p.m. So yeah, in 20 minutes-ish, the tournament's gonna start anyways, and after that, we still have probably to wait for one round or something to finish out, until we get like a good match. So until that point, I want to do some casting on good old Brood War. Let me quickly set this up. There we got the game, now I just need the Brood War socials. There they are. And hey, here we are. Back to casting the original. And the top right. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a well-known face you might know. It's Sue, oh yes. The guy who's supposed to play some StarCraft 2 soon. He's currently actually playing a lot of StarCraft Brood War, it seems. He's very high ranked. This in the bottom right, ladies and gentlemen, is Ample. Oh, I'm very curious. I haven't seen this map before. We got 2 gases in the spawning location here. But they mine out on 3k. So this is very interesting. This is basically... Oh, this is quite interesting. Alright, so Ample is gonna get a good scout here. And we do see a drone moving out. Ample might wanna try to block this. Yeah, he's gonna throw down an engineering bay here, wants to block the natural. That's a very interesting move. So you kind of want to deny the third gas income for the Zerg as much as possible, as long as possible. But this was a super early scout, so this engineering bay has only like 50 HP. He's gonna get shut down quite easily. But remember, Zerg don't really have many drones at all in the start of the game, so whatever delay you can get done here, he's still chasing with 2 drones. This looks very powerful for Ample as a start of things. Of course, he does delay his own barracks with this, or command center. Comes down to whatever he wants to make. He's gonna throw down the command center because he sees the timing of the hatchery that is attempted to be taken here. Actually sees the hatchery, I guess, go down as well, so he knows. And he's gonna throw down a command center first here with this SCV. It's a little bit risky, only at 15 HP. If there would be a drone coming over, might be lights out for the SCV, but it's gonna stay alive, I guess, for now. It's gonna bring a second SCV, might just swap this off or repair it. Probably throw down a barracks in front here. And one is going to go ahead and go scout again. Go across the map here. So a lot of SCVs on the move. for Ample here. It's going to throw down a second depot. We'll have to wait and see where that's going to be. If that's going to be with a wall here. Seems like that's the case. Oh, this might be a second barracks. No, it's gonna be the depot. I mean, he needed the depot, but he had the money for another barracks if he wanted to. And there's the spawning pool coming in, and we only working with 1 gas so far, so this is gonna be the speed, of course, here for our Zerg player. It could be a super fast layer, and this map, like, you got 3 gases on 2 bases. What does it mean for Zerg? Well, basically, to go crazy Zerg, for example, you only need 2 gases. Oh, sorry, 3 gases. You only need these 2 bases. You can go Ultralisk immediately. Yeah, see that? Instantly clicking that layer, not going into that speed. Also, this is a huge booster on your Mutalisk harassment, isn't it? And we see the natural geyser only has 4k. This is very interesting. There's a lot of playing on this map with the geyser values. So the actual gas value you can mine from these locations is quite different. And your main base, it's basically... So basically you get the full value for 2 bases split through 3 geysers. So your income is gonna be higher, but they run out faster. But the total amount you mine is gonna be a 2 base geysers basically. So you got 4k in the natural and you got 6k in the main, right? So that's 10k in total. And usually you'd have 5k on your main and natural geyser, so that would be also 10k in total. So the total value is the same, but of course the income boost is insane with this setup. And yeah, there's gonna be that spy. You'll probably throw down 2 more geysers very soon here. But we do see a bunch of marines pushing across the map here, and this needs to be addressed. There needs to be a sunken colony or some kind of links here to deal with these marines. 3 marines is not that many, so I guess you want to avoid the sunken, but 2 links are also not going to be enough to kill off 3 marines here. It's going to kill 1 drone. That's going to be nice. If you can kill 2 drones, it's already worth it. And yeah, there it goes. So pretty decent little move out here from Ample. Already looking very solid. Back at home, just finishing up his wall and going into mech. Oh, that's interesting. It's the armory build, so he knows, of course, it's going into that Mutalisk, heavy Mutalisk commitment. He's seen the super fast layer timing. Oh, he needs to be careful though. Links coming in here, and they're quite fast. I think their speed did finish up indeed. And they're gonna counter harass the SCVs now. Remember, there was that 1 SCV that was hurt from before. That's already gone. Oh no, that's actually still alive here with 15 HP. But yeah, he killed 2 SCVs. He might catch another one here. Yeah, it's gonna get that one. Even 2 more. And that was the engine bay and the armory. That's 2 facilities he really needs to tech buildings he really needs, because he needs those Goliaths. It's the Goliath build, but without Goliaths you can't make it work. And there's gonna be that Spire. We should see the 3rd gas. I'm quite puzzled why he doesn't take this extra gas yet. Because, like, he's taking another base, but he's just playing this like a normal regular map. And he's just saving that gas for later. So he does not bolster his income as of yet. But he could. He could have so much gas income, so much income. He could super saturate his minerals a little bit, get that income going, and go into those mass mutas. And we've seen actually that, I mean, he's scouted this, he knows it's a Goliath build. We have seen that a lot of Zergs are willingly just going into massive muta against the Goliaths. And yeah, you can play that. Like, it comes down to the actual engage, who's gonna win that fight, and the micro inside that. So it's a little bit of a skill-based engagement there in the end. Already, the first little bit of muta harassment is started, but only 2 mutas. Probably gonna be very tough for them to find any damage actually across the map here. You see the vultures getting caught though. It's gonna be a nice catch. Of course, you always want to wait for those to get their mines and lay out some mines. Unfortunately, the mine upgrade is not done yet. He needed to go into the Goliath range first. Is stacking up some Goliaths here. 5 Goliaths is gonna be fine enough against 5 mutas. And he wants to save that vulture if he can. But the muta has been on the chase. I guess it gave up. It's gonna move away. Oops. Wanted to check the thing here. Cup. By the way, for the cup going on, I guess we'll talk about this later in the break here. This map is gonna be done. We can talk about the setup. There's the Vulture coming in again. It's gonna be spotted by the Overlord, and the Mutas are gonna intercept. Now, what is the next step here? Is it gonna be just more Mutalisks? He now finally took that extra gas. It's gonna saturate that. Still going into the air upgrades. We do see Mutas in the eggs in production. And he's just ramping up more and more Mutalisks here. While he has his third base, he could get a fourth gas right now, which is kind of interesting to see. And really push that income. But we do see the first group of Goliath here. The first control group is going to march across the map. Looks like a nice Congo line, still producing more and more Goliaths. We see nothing really coming behind this so far. There's something. There's a starport. So there's the first transition point. Might be for vessels. Could be anything really. I think it's going to be vessels. You really want those lurker detectors, you want those irradiates. It's just too powerful of a thing to have. And I think, honestly, it's gonna be difficult to catch all of these Goliaths here. If he spreads the Goliaths a little bit against the Mutas, he should probably take the win. Of course, drones being pulled into the fight is gonna be nice here for the Zerg. They're gonna tank a little bit and catch some of those Goliaths, basically make the Mutas survive a little bit longer there. The Goliaths also did split up, but maybe they moved a little bit too much in a group. Of course, you kind of want to avoid that bouncing damage. But it seems like the Mutalisk force is going to be strong enough here, even though he had to sacrifice a bunch of drones. And all of those shots wasted on the drones, they could have been on Mutas. But that didn't work out, so now Ample has to pull back here, and Sue is actually going to overpower for now. But more and more Goliaths coming in here. Only 3 though. It's only against 3 Mutas, but we also see more and more Mutas reinforcements. This is by a hair. This is really by a hair. It's such a very, very thin time in here. But it seems like the snowball is just a little bit too much. The defender's advantage here on the sides for Sue, for the Zerg player, and he will hold that quite convincingly in the end there. Even though he lost a bunch of drones, it wasn't a terrible push out, but we did lose all of the army here, everything that we built up as the Terran, so he just needs to throw down more production, double down, and try to secure a third base rather soon. You also want to kind of think about getting those tank upgrades in very soon, because you don't know when the Zerg is going to transition into something else, and we already see it right now. Hydraulic stand, evolution chamber, things are gonna move. Another hatchery coming online here, and that definitely is gonna be a tough call for the Goliaths. They're not very good against lurkers, they're not very good against ultralisks, so you're kind of on a little bit of a timer here as the Terran player, but he's also starting his own transition. We do see the first few vessels coming out, and he is putting up a second armory, but I still want to see that third base, even though it's kind of hard to hold, and you're pinned back because you're a little bit in a, how do you say, in a situation where you can't really do much in the matter of, like, if you move out, the Mutas come in, but if the Mutas don't come in and you don't take a third base, that's also kind of a contain, right? So it's a little bit weird, but we do see 2 groups of Mutas moving out right now, while a 4th base on the way here for our Zerg player. This looks really good actually for the Zerg. He's also quite high in supply, so I really like the position here, and yeah, that in the end, catching also the last Goliaths, because that did not overpower. It was a really good play there. Really good defense by Sue. And 1 sunken is not going to be enough. The Mutas are going to have a little bit of a rough time to catch these vultures before they actually kill every drone here. There's 1 more going into the north. It's going to scout the space. It's a little bit of a nice piece of information. We do see Hydra trying to block that vulture. It's going to work for a moment, but then it's going to be outrun here very soon, and 2 drones do still fall. But yeah, it was not really worth it. It feels like the vultures, they're going to delay the production a little bit with that as well, which is okay, I guess. But you're kind of looking for something more, because you're already behind here as Ample. This could be nice, but I guess good reaction there. The drones are just going to fight this off, and in the end, another 2 only. We do see the big engagement though. He needs that vessel, he needs that irradiate. This vessel does not have enough energy. 1 does. It's going to come back here into the fight. It's going to throw down the irradiate in one of the Mutas, but the Mutas are not really stacked, so in the end, It doesn't really work out, but man, there's still so many Goliaths, there's still so many turrets, but things are starting to thin out here, and this could just be a little bit too much. We do have one more radiate in a couple of seconds here ready, but the mutas again, they're not stacked, even though they are quite hurt. Oh, he put it on a hurt one. Are the Goliaths gonna be enough that are reinforcing everything? The production cycle is gone. There's nothing coming out right now, even though those mutas are super low. There's only a tank coming out, and that's gonna be fun. He needed to cancel that one. That's a mistake, letting that one finish. So he transitioned a little bit too early into tanks, it seems. Meanwhile, he does have a few vultures who did do some damage across the map, but he's far away from turreting efficiently or anything that might actually give him a lead here. Even though he did kill most of the Muta army at this point, he lost so much behind that. He lost most of his Goliaths, he lost a couple of tanks as well, he lost so much timing, so much staying power, and he lost the potential to take a third base. So now also he has to siege up here, and I think the next step for the Zerg is pretty clear. After he has his Hydras going, he should just go into those very, very pesky spellcaster units eventually. It's gonna put down a depot here on the back end to see if that wall ever gets broken, which is a neutral wall, of course. There's the overload migration, and we see more and more factories coming in. But he's not really replacing his turrets as of yet. He has them kind of scattered across. He's just relying on the science vessels. And we do see a bunch of Hydras now, but this is not a setup for the Terran that's really working out right now. There's no mines set up. There's no turrets in vicinity of this. Even though you can't really build here. Could have, I guess. This is really far out there. So yeah, it's way too little Goliaths. Zerg, man, is gonna overpower this again. I think he really underestimated how many mutas Su would produce after that. After he lost basically all of them, right? It's such an inefficient move, but it just works out if you don't reproduce the anti-air. He killed basically all the anti-air, and I said there was no turrets being remade, even though there still is so many here at the natural. He could just go into the main. There's like a couple of Goliaths. We do see the vultures coming in, but there is the burrow on the drones here. The vulture is gonna actually survive. Wow, what a crazy move. And there's your third base, but that's gonna be I guess, yeah, not gonna land. The muta's already denying that over at the third here, and Terran can't even move out to save that location. He's frantically reproducing turrets to get a defense line, but there's already Hydralisks pushing in again. Of course, the tanks are gonna make short work of them, and the Hydras are still disjointed, so that's not gonna work out. But this command center, man, he could use a queen. Oh, damn, he could use a queen for an infest. It's like an instant kill. Even if you don't use it to produce anything, right? If you have a queen and it's like half health around this percentage left, you can just get the queen in, and it is a definite kill on the, yeah, like you'll get the command center 100%. See, there is actually patches where you can build. I knew it. See, so yeah, you kind of want to push with a few turrets here, get some obstructions. But of course, are there going to be more mutas? I don't think so. There's the queen's nest. Like the mutas we saw, I think that's going to be all of them. These Hydras are going to be pushed back for a little bit here. Where did the mutas go, by the way? Oh, there they are. So I don't think he's gonna make any more than these 7 right now. So actually these turrets not that great. But now he's afraid. Look at that. He's making so many turrets against 7 mutas, which are very badly hurt by this point. And again, he did land the command center, but mutas coming in, and he's just showing off that threat, right? He's just showing off, hey man, I still have the mutas. You still have to deal with this. It's still gonna do damage where you really don't want it to happen. And look at that, he just camps the production now. Finally, we do have a little bit of extra income here, but this is mined out. This is such a necessary base for the Terran. He does kind of keep himself in the game. He needs only 2 mining bases to be operational. But this is gonna run out, and he will be on 1 base effectively mining. So he immediately needs to secure the 4th base. He tries to push into this kind of center position in the middle of the map. on the right side, but the Zerg has been nothing but a mass in Hydras. He's eclipsed the Terran in supply. He's starting to rotate most of his control groups. Even has a queen. Does he have more queens? Did he get Broodling? Yeah, he's gonna get Broodling. So he will set up even for a later stage of the game, but he will try a push right now. It's gonna move in with most of these Hydras. We do have an Overlord here to spot for the mines, so the mines actually don't really connect. There's so many Hydras here right now. Goliath's frontline, are they gonna be enough for these tanks? The tanks do have +3, so they will shred through those Hydras. Whoa, man. Tanks against Hydras are just unfair, it seems. But there's nothing really sitting here at the natural base. There's only SCVs to defend this. A vessel tries to come back. It's gonna kill a bunch of these mutas here with an irradiate. But in the end, it's these Hydras that have to be dealt with, and they'll kill all of the SCVs here on the natural base. That's so many SCVs that he desperately needs for the 4th base to saturate that one, because he needs that income back up. Oh man, those 2 mutas. Come on, Goliaths, turn around, shoot them. There's still more Hydras. They might come from the back door here, from behind. They might just push into the natural again. Try to kill that command center. He has the queen. He could move that with this group. I wonder where the queen is. There's an Overlord move in. Is he parking them? Yeah, he's parking them here in the north, I guess, yeah. I always want to see that move. Like, why don't you see this really? Because queens are super flimsy. They actually take a lot of damage and they don't have a lot of health. There's the 4th base. Ample is kind of keeping himself alive. He's pushing with the army into that new location, but he's really disjointed. Like, look at this destruction over here. There's nothing that's kind of covering for the reinforcements to reinforce this area. So all of the production needs to go to through a very open field. And there's a lot of potential for Su to just come in with a huge flank, huge arc, and try to bust the Terran there. And this group is already predestined here, sitting there to kind of intercept the reinforcements. While Zerg has been just going on more and more bases here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases at this point for our Zerg player. He's already sitting at 160 supply, while in Mac you're of course more efficient, so you don't have to be the superior supply. This is gonna be a turtle game. Like, the Terran needs to push 1 base at a time, basically, to try and do something. And the queens are just sitting here amassing their broodlings, so eventually they'll come in, they'll broodling all of the tanks, and then the Hydras do swoop in and do deal with the rest. And there's already, yeah, they're starting to come online here. We got 4 already ready, so he's gonna hit Max here in a moment, so he wants to throw in. There we go, clone in. 4 tanks are gonna die just like that. But it's a still very solid army, so this is a very inefficient approach from a Zerg player. He only pushed in with 4 queens, even though those do get free kills. Maybe waiting a little bit longer until he can actually kill every single tank would have been the better call. Ample did rotate most of his army into one location, so now he's trying to counter push. He's trying to kill the remainders of this Hydra force, but there's so many Hydralisks here in the north just waiting to pounce on this. And I don't feel good about these chances if the tanks are not sieged up. The one with the defense matrix is in the back here, not really standing strong. So many Hydras pushing from the top, and it's an expandable army for the Zerg. He doesn't really need this. He has 6 bases. He's about to have 7 bases. And there come the queens. I'm gonna broodling the rest here. Whoa. Bye-bye tanks. Even that Goliath getting surrounded by the broodling. For a second I was wondering if this is gonna be a drop, but I guess it might have been a misclick. The broodlings are even moving in. How much HP do they have? 30. That's not much. So this base in the north is actually very, very exposed. You could just go onto that. But you can also jump on this army. There's nothing really saving this one. There's no front line for this. The tanks weren't sieged up. This could be finally the last nail in the coffin here for our Terran player. Ample. It has to GG. And Su is actually going to take the lead there. Yo, Musti. Oh, Musti, thank you so much for the raid. I didn't even notice. I was so invested into this. Herzlichen Dank für den Raid. Gute Nacht, Musti. Those Hydras. Yo, MW. Those Hydras melted. Man, they melted. Okay, so let's have a look at the bracket. I think it's about to be finalized here for today's Pigosaur Cup. It might have been just... It might be just live. But I think we'll have to wait one round to get actually a match that's gonna matter here. So let's take a look at the players that are gonna be interesting. We've got Max Pax. We have got Young Yakov. We've got Epic. We've got Shin. We've got Cure. Those might hit each other. We've got Solar. We've got Percival. We've got Nice. That's a good second round actually. Percival against Nice, they're gonna hit each other. We've got Björn. We've got Creator. Oh, and Rebellion. Okay, so Björn, Creator is gonna take a while, and Percival Nice is gonna be early round, and the winner might hit Solar. I think Solar's just gonna bash it though, but he did like play a best of 3 I think against Percival, and that was a 2-1, so Percival can actually bring the fight to those guys if he really plays his A game. Björn against Creator would be a really great match to see. Then on the other side we've got Cure running into Shin. That's like Shin brings some of the craziest games honestly. And then I guess Max Pax would run into Epic or Jacob. He has kind of the easiest run there, quote unquote, but yeah, like a little bit more of the weaker opponents. He will then face Shin or Cure, the winner of that, so that's gonna be a pretty epic half round, like semifinals over there. So yeah, we will wait for Percival Nice. I think it's gonna be the way to go here. So for everybody who just watched this game here, that was Sue, the SC2 world champion, the infamous second place taker. He's incredibly good right now in StarCraft 2, StarCraft Brood War, and he's apparently about to qualify for ASL if he keeps it up. So maybe that guy is gonna move from SC Brood War to SC2, becomes a world champion there, and a 5-time GSL finalist, moves back to StarCraft Brood War and makes it into ASL. Maybe he becomes a champion eventually there as well. We have seen others do this, Rain, Solky. So yeah, maybe there's something to be had in the future. Kind of looking forward to what comes next for that guy. He's a really cool individual. I had the pleasure of meeting him several times. I think the first time was like in France at the Nation Wars, like way back 2017, 16, 17, so. And on Home Story Cup and stuff. Sue's a cool guy, very nice individual, and yeah, crazy good player. A crazy good player. What a macro machine. He killed Ample. Ample is like one of those ladder heroes. He does really well on the ladder, even though he struggles in the tournament matches. But Sue, until he hits the finals, you guys know, he doesn't struggle in tournament matches. Until he hits the grand finals. And then he has to play against someone who also doesn't win finals to win. Today's a good day. Why? Oh, my Francis is bugged. Oh, damn. Okay, so the bracket did change one more time? What? Yo, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we get one more bracket change. Damn, man. StarCraft 2 is kind of going rampant right now. I think they're doing a patch on World of Warcraft, and I hope it doesn't affect all of the other services, but it seems to affect StarCraft, like the friend system and stuff, so, and the chat and whatnot. I hope it doesn't break anything. I can't see any chat right now. My chat is basically broken right now. my SC2 chat. So if there would be games going right now, I couldn't even see them. But yeah, let's have a quick look again at the bracket. Let's see who dodged. It seems like, oh yeah, damn, a lot of people actually did not show up. What's happening? So Max Packs, I thought it was finalized, man, I was so happy. So Max Packs, Solar, Nice, Björn, Epic, Young Yakov. Oh wow, Cure did not show up. Shin did not show up. Gotta say, a little bit unhappy about this. So everything completely changes. Solar Nice is gonna be a third round match, it seems. Beyond Epic. Really? So many people dodged? That was such a promising lineup, and then... Damn it! I thought it was the final bracket, it was already past starting time. Seems like maybe it's not only me having the issues here with the chat and everything. So yeah, for now let's just go on and do one more Brood War game. Okay, I did just... We did do Ample against... We need to keep those... We need to keep that kind of clean for the YouTube stuff. Ample against Sue. I've got one more game from Sue, and I really want to see that because that's against a extremely high pro. Like Ample is a ladder hero, right? He's a really good guy. He's in ASL from time to time. Next, we're gonna go with Action. Action. He's not a ladder hero. Like he is actually a. He's champion caliber. Champion caliber on ASL, right? So that's gonna be a real big test here. Yo, Mr. Glyn, good to see you. Welcome by all means. In the top right, we've got Action, and in the bottom right, it is your very own Sue from StarCraft 2, of course. The Zerg player that did retire a few years ago, I think, and who is famous for making second places, who is currently insanely good in Brood War. He's really high up in the ladder, like rank, I don't know, at least top 5, maybe top 10, somewhere around there. And it's not like the game or the score, it's actually his MMR is really, really high. So he's like on the high end MMR, like 2.6k and whatnot, 2.7k. And apparently, info from Matosis was he's about to qualify for ASL or something, so we might see him actually in televised matches again, but just not in SC2. At least not for now. I mean, he's about to play that Legends game, right? So he should actually grind some SC2, but he apparently is only playing SC Brood War. I've seen him, by the way, online. Like for almost a year. I have him on my friends list and I see him always in StarCraft 1. And I was like messaging him a couple of times, but unfortunately he didn't really respond back. If he's like now playing Brood War and say like give me your handle, I want to cast your game, stuff like that. Didn't work out. So now we have him in a ZVZ here, and so this is gonna pick up very fast. We do have Sue going into that expand build and into the pool with the extractor afterwards. On the other side it's gonna be that the layer first with the bunch of links going to pressure and the speed coming in afterwards here for Action. So Action is gonna be the aggressive tech oriented player here, and it's gonna go for a later expand if any at all. Now Sue needs to defend this. You kind of wanna just get link speed really early here as Sue and try to take the map control. You will have that excess lava, but right now he kind of has to defend here. You cannot let this one die. So probably he's actually gonna... Whoa, he's gonna cancel this. Well, that's an interesting move here. So you will get a cancel. That's actually gonna throw Sue quite far behind here. He's immediately going into a sunken colony, making that lair and throwing down a second hatchery inside his main base. Oh, that's an interesting move. I like that, actually. I feel like you kind of needed to defend that base, but I guess he doesn't want to lose the drones, but he still needs that extra production because he's going to be behind otherwise. Now he's going to throw down a second hatchery in the main, and you'll just have excess lava, basically, but it will be safe, quote unquote, because, well, it's going to be in the main, so it's only one location to defend against mutas. He still kind of has to do something more with this. I wonder why he's mining that one out. Oh, so he's making more circling. So he wants to break this. And he's going to have the better surface area because he's going to have more links who can use the better area because he breaks open the field. And now he can push down. Oh. Action just reinforcing with a couple of links here. So he will finish up his Congo line here. And Sue... Oh, he gets a favorable trade on the first one. Yeah, now he can break through. That was a little bit sloppy from Action. He was trying to contain him, but he makes a little bit of a mistake there. Sue with a very nice reaction. And I think he has to cancel this hatchery now. Or what did he cancel there? I think it was a creep colony. But yeah, there's a spire going down here for Sue as well. There's gonna be mutas, but they'll have to play defense because the links are pressuring across the map. There's one drone with one link. They're not gonna defend against 7 links or 8 links here. And he'll get an easy cancel. This is 10 links, man. It's so much. He'll get an easy cancel. He only fights the one link and the drone with one of his own links and gets the cancel here. So no additional base for Action, and Action is kind of playing Sue's game. Now Sue can just go for some drone assassinations. Every drone he kills is a very big win because he already killed the army. I think he gets 1. He gets a second drone. He gets 2 drones. But this is such a big win. Oh, if he can kill this one as well. He has been chasing this for a while, but unfortunately he does not get it. Drone gets away there. He needs to be a little bit careful though. Mutas are on the map and he has his overlords quite spread. But he is gonna have 5 mutas, a couple of scourges here in just a moment. That actually, this macro hatch in the main base might be genius. It might be the actual response to do. If you have to cancel your natural base, you don't have to kind of save it. You don't want to invest the drones. You just get the money back. You make a hatchery. You take the 100 minerals loss. You make a hatchery in your main base. You still get that extra production value going. And now we're gonna see an overlord die because, well, man, Action might just lose this. This is looking very promising. He has so much production right now. He is starved for money, so he can't really make that much more. There's gonna be 6 mutas against 5 mutas, but 4 Scourge already in the mix here. Now there's the first couple of Scourge coming in from Action as well. Where are the mutas? Oh, there they are. So he's trying to intercept the Scourge, and now it comes down to the engagement. Who's gonna win this one? Oh, there was a really good connection on the mutas here for... It was a really good connection for Action at first, but in the end the Scourge do prevail here, and maybe Sue can snowball this. Oh, it's so close, but I think it's just gonna be very even in the end. The issue is though, Action can just re-engage whenever. Oh, he only has 2 mutas. And there's 3 for Sue. So he can re-engage whenever anything pops from his axe. But there is gonna be 2 more Scourge. If Sue can find these mutas and land a hit on those, also just go over the drones, kill a couple of drones. It's always nice. He gets 1. Might get a second one. That's a lot of damage. 3 drones. He cannot lose these mutas though. He loses a muta to the Scourge. 1 more Scourge. Can he intercept the Scourge? So both players do intercept the Scourges. Now it's 4 mutas against 2. Sue has to be on the run here. I don't think he can win this fight. He's so greedy with this. It's insane. Oh, he made links! So he had excess minerals. He was kind of starved for that gas. He immediately needs to take that gas. Drones are kind of running a little bit rampant here. In Action, it's gonna go across the map now with the muta ball. Sue needs to be careful. Yeah, really good to see you. He's actually going into an Evo chamber, so he wants to play a defensive game. He wants to transition. This is such a brilliant move again. If he can make it happen, he traded a lot against the meters. He killed again a bunch of drones. Now, if he can kill more drones here, he keeps them back in the base, and any drone he can get is going to be so huge. He gets the first one. I think he might have only gotten one here. I should actually look at the drone counts. He's still in the lead. This is looking very promising again. But we are gonna see a huge mutaflock in a very short moment. Spore colonies are gonna finish up here, and more Scourge for the defense. So if he can just zone out the mutas, it should be enough. He only has what, 3 himself though, so it's not really many, and he has 2. Yeah, like he has a bunch of Scourge. He's making more and more mutas. It's like an interesting blue mine out his own ramp minerals. Oh yeah, that was because he wanted to overpower the contain. It was a very brilliant move actually, because it managed him to... There was a contain on the low ground, and then he had his links on the high ground, and they had the same amount of links, but he reinforced with more, so he mined this out to get maximal surface area, right? So he can overwhelm. And it worked out perfectly. He got like 1 link for free, and then he completely snowballed that fight like crazy, and like he won. I think he was in the end with 10 links to 1. So that was a really good move. And this blue player, by the way, it's Sue from StarCraft 2 Shield Battery. Not sure if you know him, but he might be someone you had on the radar if you ever watched a little bit of professional StarCraft 2 in the last 15 years. And apparently he's really good right now. I did just talk to Dan this morning, and he said like, yeah, Sue's about to qualify for ASL, so he is extremely powerful. And I've actually seen him be online in Brood War for like the past 2 years, non-stop. Since his retirement, he immediately queued up SC1. This is StarCraft 2 retirement. Now let's see, and he's apparently starting to get there. Let's see this fight here. There's the Spore, there's a bunch of Scourge here. There's also a bunch of Scourge for Action though. Action could just still break him, and he only kind of needs to take out a bunch of the drones. But he's very committed to this though. He's not really making too many drones himself, finally transitioning a little bit more into that economy, but he has been behind an economy the whole time. And this is really starting to pay off. Sue's actually remaking the drones he's losing, like a real chat, and he has a full group of mutas, so he can snipe these Scourge quite easily. And in conjunction with the Spore Crawlers, it's gonna be a really hard to break position here for Action. Feels like this has just not paying off for him. He needs to think of something else. And again, I can't stress this enough, this macro hatchery, it's just doing so much for Sue. It's such a brilliant move. He can actually outproduce his opponent all time long. He's basically on 3 hatches right now. Even though he loses his drones, it's not such a big deal, because he can still produce the same amount of army and reproduce the drones. I really love this. Look at that. He's like, every drone he's losing, he's replacing. It's such a brilliant move. This macro hatchery. And now he's about to have 2 groups of air units. I think he's gonna go over this and overwhelm. I don't think Action is gonna have enough to deal with this. He simply does not have the unit count. It's the production, it's the money, the income that has been missing for the whole time. Look at that, he's about to hit 2 full groups here. Starting to eclipse the supply, 10 supply up. Loses another drone, I bet you he's gonna remake that one. Let's see, where is it? Okay, it's not there yet, but he'll do that. He might even go into a bunch of links here to overwhelm on the ground as well. This is looking so promising here for our Blue Zerg player. Now, he has a good shot on that mutaflock. If he can catch this one, Action, this is his only asset he really has. And there he goes. Can't believe it. Sue, the master of disaster here. Whoa. Yo, this was insane. What a great game by Sue. Cool ZVZ, but I really like the decision to go into that. Like, cancel the natural, which was under pressure, and just throw down the natural, like the macro hatch in the base. It was such a brilliant move. He needed that extra production, and he made such a nice use of that. It was just perfect. Okay, so let's see if my... I'm gonna kill Brood War here. Maybe that bugged out the StarCraft 2 client, I'm not sure. So let's see if my StarCraft 2 is gonna be like the friends list, everything is gonna work. I've got everyone here in a normal friends list working. And my chat and stuff. If I don't have chat or the friends list, I can just not join games because I can't literally... there's no way to get me involved into that. Okay, so it seems like... my chat is still not working, but my friends list is working. Where's like all the chat channels? For some reason everything's kind of broken, but it seems like the mouse scroll is on for some reason. It's the wrong interface? This is crazy. My hotkeys are not there? The F, man. Everything's so broken, but... And the music is playing for some reason. At least the graphic settings are the same. Okay. And I got into the chat and my friends list is working again, so it should be fine. Okay. The game I want to see. The game I want to see. There's still, I think, it's gonna be a little while before we can see that game. I want to see... We did see action against Sue. Oh man, I need to see more Sue games. That's crazy. I'm gonna cast a bunch of his games. Okay, so before we jump into the StarCraft 2 stuff, I think we're gonna go one more Brood War game here because there's just gonna be a little bit more of waiting time. Which are we gonna do? I guess Solar Nice, right? I think that's gonna be nice. Solar against Nice. Percival... Oh, Rebellion is not gonna happen. Young Yakov against Percival. Young Yakov Atesh. Might be a good one, but... Ateshi. Young Yakov. Pretty high profile players. Ateshi is a high gem on Korea, and Young Yakov is one of those up and comers in Europe. I really like Percival though. Wouldn't mind seeing him play against Young Yakov, but that's gonna hit at the same time when we have Solar Nice, so I can't really... I really want to see more of Nice games as well, because he's just a really interesting player to see. He's always kind of breaking the meta in his... or shifting it in his own kind of way, and shaping it in his own image, which is really interesting to see. So we'll just go with another... I got a couple of Brood War games prepared, so I'm just gonna do one more Brood War game. That should be fine then. I think we'll hit perfectly into Solar Nice. So, one thing, you guys remember the dude who played with his feet? Yeah. We're gonna see one of his games. Is it gonna be Larva? In the bottom right, we do have our Terran player. Speed Tube, that's Hero. And it's basically unbeatable on the ladder. And in the top left, we've got Larva, who did play a long, like he made, did he win ever in ASL? I'm not sure, but he made a couple of finals or at least round of fours, so he's a very strong player. And yeah, he won like I think the first Brood War match that was officially sanctioned in Remastered with his feet. Oh shit, yeah. Scene, thank you so much. There we go. And he's doing this. He's right at a barracks in the middle of the map. It's 8. It's an 8 rank. Eight barracks, not a 13 barracks. There's no depot. Oh, he won the number 13? Maybe, yeah. I can't remember. Did he champion one? Could have been. Might have been a champion as well. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure, like he has a bunch of top finishes though. So I know that for sure. I remember him having, I think he lost one to Flash maybe, a finals, or it was a round of 4, I'm not sure. But yeah, he's a really great player. But he went a little bit into hiding, kind of. Didn't really play too many ASLs for like a couple of years. And I think, I'm not sure if he's really back. I actually need to watch ASL. I haven't seen ASL recently. So he might be back, playing a little bit more. And we got Hero scouting here a little bit with this SCV. Hero is one of those guys who just can't lose ladder. Like, he plays more than anybody, I think. And he actually has had a couple of good ASL performances as well recently. He's been kind of getting there into the tournament. And he pulled 2 Marines in this game. He's gonna intercept that drone. That's actually very nice if he can really kill that one. But if Lava gets this away, he's been so greedy with his drone. Man, he's actually buying a lot of time there. And he's waiting here to intercept this SCV. He wants to cancel the bunker before it even starts. And there's your Marines coming in. The SCV is gonna try to place it as close as he can to the minerals and the hatchery. Gets a good spot here. Oh, this is such a good spot. Immediately creep colony here for Lava, and it's gonna try to intercept the single file Marines that are coming in here. Oh, he gets the moving shot. That's a confirmed kill. Now he needs to be careful. One Marine rotated a little bit greedily there to the top, but he will be able to get into the bunker here safely. Oh man, he needs to get into the bunker. He needs to start work on that sunken colony as fast as possible. And apparently, unfortunately, the Marines, they do random targeting. So not all of them are actually shooting on the sunken colony. He needs to get the repair going here. Can he break this position? Lava, that is. Oh my god, he might just have enough. Barely enough. The sunken is gonna survive. Oh, if he just could have killed the sunken here. 15 more HP. This sunken staying alive, I can't stress enough how big of a deal that is, because that's gonna be helpful against any of these follow-up vultures, and gonna be such a nuisance here for speed, or for Hero, I'm sorry. Like, he's also called Hero. He's not the Zerg Hero dude, but he's like the Terran Hero dude. There's like 700 heroes. And he's playing a 1-1-1 with this, by the way. He's also going into another command center, but yeah, these vultures are going to be key here. He kind of needs to contain the Zerg a little bit with that. And he wants to kill as many drones as he can. He could go in and snipe a sunken colony. I'm not sure how much damage. So he should deal half damage, right? He's 20 damage on this, on the grenades. Needs to shoot 4 times. He could kill the sunken still, if he really wants to. He could kill the sunken. Maybe they only do 5 damage though, I'm not sure. He's actually gonna go for it. They do 5 damage, it seems. Oh man, see? That's sunken! That MMFing sunken. It's insane. That Sunken staying alive, it's such a big deal. It's insane. 15 HP. It seems impossible to break right now. And Speed needs to run. Hero, excuse me. He's gonna go into a Wraith though, and that's... I don't hate this decision. He can go Overlord hunting, or he could try to break that Sunken with the Wraith. And then come in with the Vultures. I didn't like him not bring... Like, he should have brought an SCV to the front a little bit earlier, in my opinion, to get that repair going. And have the Vultures already in close position, because he needs something to kind of deal with the Hydras while the Wraith comes in there. Not sure, he should have seen the Hydras, but he's just going for the drone. Just do a flyby here, he's gonna scout the state of things. And I hope he sees... the Spire there. Oh my god. Yeah, he will run. Oh my god, he's not gonna see the Spire. No, he will run into the Spire here. It's gonna get pushed in that. We'll see that. I don't think he saw the hatchery here, number 3. With this time you kind of have to estimate there's gonna be a third hatch production. But yeah, I was wondering if he tries to break down the Sunken with a Wraith. It's not gonna happen. 2 Hydra defense is gonna be too strong against 1 Wraith here. And a Valkyrie. So immediate reaction. I guess this was already prepared. You kind of need something to deal with a flock of mutas. Valkyries, of course, extremely powerful in that regard. If he gets up like a couple of turrets and has 1 or 2 Valkyries defensively, he won't get broken by 12 meters even. And then we got the Vultures move out again, but I don't know, let's see what actually is going to be here the choice for our Terran player. So far, he's not really revealed his hand if he wants to go into mech or bio play. But honestly, I feel like you're a little bit too flimsy, so you kind of need to go into at least like 3 barracks, get some of your bio upgrades, get a little bit of map control, and then you could transition into mech. But that's such a slow transition at this point. He's not really adding any production facilities, not adding any upgrades, but I guess he doesn't have the armory, so no, there we go. The academy, excuse me. But this feels so late, it's insane. This might just be by, I think, yeah, there we go. He's gonna throw down the first additional barracks. It's only barracks number 2 though. His bio count is so low. He needs to get that production up as soon as possible here. But it's probably gonna be the best transition or the best unit composition he can make fast enough for this still to work and him still to have a lot of map presence. And the Valkyrie transition, that was very nicely hidden. So all of these meters are extremely low right now, half HP or less, most of them. And the Valks are gonna just, yeah, I guess he's just gonna go across the map. He's gonna try to hunt the mutas a little bit. And the Wraith is gonna come in here into the main base. I think he just lost the Vulture there to the mutas. He's gonna shoot a little bit, scout a little bit. That's gonna be all he does. Maybe you could get that 1 low muta, but it's already pretty hidden inside that flock of mutas. He could save his Wraith, but yeah, you need to be wary because this could always be a trap. There's gonna be those 2 Scourge. Oh, they find the Valkyries. And now you kind of want to run. You can't really intercept Scourge with Valks because the missiles just don't connect fast enough. So he's gonna settle for that. Wraith, unfortunately, does not get this home. So Hero is gonna be a little bit stressed for scouting soon. But as I say, that this is gonna be a good setup for him here. In the transition, he bought a lot of time. He's starting to get a Bioforce, which is going to be formidable, and he still has those Valkyries. As long as he keeps those alive, he's going to be safe around the map here against these big mutaflocks. But you need to guard the Valks with your Marines. You can't move out. Oh, he sees them with the SCV. He's still going to push forward. Yeah, you need to definitely stay around your bio units or you're going to get caught by these Scourge here. And immediately that happens. Only to 4 Scourge loses a Valkyrie there. A little bit of an unfortunate mistake there on the group in here, the movement. Lurker defense is happening, so it's gonna be very tough to break this with bio units only, but the Valkyries are hunting down mutas here. And if he can catch all of these mutas, man. Oh, Scourge come in at the correct time though. He loses most of the Valkyries, all of the Valkyries. 2 mutas to survive, so they can't really pose a threat anymore. And the Congo push Congo line is starting to happen here. 4 barracks, 5 barracks pumping out units. Finally, that science facility finishing up is gonna immediately start a vessel here. Oh no, he makes the dropship first. Gonna probably immediately start a vessel afterwards. He's gonna snipe down that lurker, gonna ignore the sunken, which got up to 150 HP again. And now he's gonna die here. He will plow through these Scourge and Zerglings like it's nothing. A couple more lurkers coming in for the reinforce. 3 to the flank here. He's starting to thin out that Terran force, but on the ramp he could fight here. He has a bunch of medics to block as well. He's starting to lose all of these Marines though. Very nice target firing there on the Zerglings. Not really going for the auto, like, not going with that attack move, but he's gonna go and ignore these medics for quite a while. And now everything's a little bit disjointed here, but that dropship, it could just be a little bit too much. Inside the main here, lurkers, only 2 do survive. He did kill 1 additional one. There's gonna be a few lurker X on the low ground, but this dropship, it just can't ignore the positional advantage that Lava is creating for himself right now. Oh, these might be on hold position. No, he actually unburrows them. There we go, he's gonna drop into the main here, but he's not dropping out in one big group, but rather a line, so he'll lose a bunch of Marines here, and only 3 Marines to survive. Just a few links. In the end, this works out beautiful here for Lava, with a very nice and quick reaction. He was also kind of anticipating this move. Yeah, the dropship didn't do anything. That was a waste. Like, sometimes I wonder, you kind of want to do that, where you drop them out in a very fast line thing, you know, a lot of times. But honestly, I wonder, like, just dropping them in one location as a pack, it's worse against lurkers, but it's way better against lings. And he killed so many lurkers, like, you kind of can anticipate that your opponent doesn't have that many, right? Oh man, that SCV is stuck. He's gonna come in again. It's gonna drop behind the minerals, and the Spire here might be a good position, but Link's already coming in here. One medic is gonna pop on a very, very nice location here for Hera, actually. He's gonna block so many of those Links. Finally, he's gonna go down, but 4 Marines to survive. Can they make something happen here? Gonna snipe a couple drones. I don't think he's gonna deal too much damage, though. He needs to start to shoot at things. He's gonna try to snipe a lurker here. Still microing this. Very heavily invested into this one. Maybe snipe couple of these overlords here. Oh, the Marines get leashed into the lurker shots here. You can still stand in that corner. This is so annoying for Lava to deal with. You should just move these overlords a little bit further. This is so funny. 2 Marines on hold position, man. Now the lurker comes in, but the Marines do move. And finally he cleans us up with a couple of links. Wow, is this Clem? No, this is Hero. He actually has insanely good micro. Finally we do see the first couple firebats here making their way across, but this is a... I don't think there's any medics with... Oh, there's a couple of medics in there, okay. I'm not sure though, these armies, they don't really grow. They're kind of always the same size here, pushing across for Hero, and he's not really making that much headway. So let's see if he can actually break a position, or at least keep a position himself, like keep a contain or something, a soft contain. Kind of want to prevent the Zerg from going up to 4 bases, of course, which is kind of working for now, because there's no drone across the map anywhere. But there's also nothing that really prevents the Zerg from just mine his 3 bases, right? There's a big lurker defense over here. This is going to be a tough engage across this bridge. I don't think that's going to work. He's going to bring one more dropship here to the north. He's going to bring more and more vessels. He needs to start these irradiates, the irradiate free damage, and need to intercept this. Oh, shoot it! But there is the Defiler. It's going to throw down the first Dark Swarm here. And one lurker didn't make it below the swarm. This one's actually not below the Dark Swarm, so you could kill this one. Wow, I think that dropship got shut down. Oh, he's gonna go with the Eraser, but there's... I guess there was Scourge. There's another couple of Scourge. Oh, he killed one. But the Hydras, man. Yeah, I was talking, like, there's gonna be the Hydras that was sitting here. He still does kill a decent amount of drones here. And then he gets greedy, tries to kill a few links, loses a vessel to that. Not sure if I really like the last second there of that engagement. But he's building up more and more of a force here. Now he can break the center position, but there is the Defiler again, reinforcing this. And this is so annoying for the Terran to deal with. He leaves behind a few bio units here. It's gonna generate a little bit of map vision for him and a tiny position to hold there. The Lynx are gonna try to run across the map and scout for the third base, but he's looking in the wrong location. The third base is over here. Would have gone to the different spot. He might have had an easy cancel there. I really like these units sitting here, just kind of denying any Zerg units from going across this bridge. I guess this Firebat is just gonna say like, I don't want to live anymore. I'm gonna run into Lurker Spines. Filer getting irradiated, but there's the Plague Grind. Plague Hydra. That Lurker, man! I can't believe it. He doesn't notice this. It's dealing so much damage here to this bio reinforcement. The Plague is just... It's just the Plague, man. It's so annoying. It does not only delete all of your units' health, it also effectively deletes all of your medic energy, because they keep on trying to heal through that Plague. And it's just so much healing that the Plague will just out damage the amount of energy they have to kind of try to deal with this. Pushing in with a Firebat under the Dark Swarm. There's no way you can deal with this with only Hydralisks. There's the Lurkers coming in here. So for now he's holding the Dark Swarm. Lurker's trying to move in here. That Firebat is still invincible. But now there's one Lurker, I want to say, in position. Ah, the Firebat almost. He moved a tiny bit too much forward here. Vessel's getting shot down by the Hydra here. Needs to be careful, of course, the Vessel, if they're plagued. 1 HP or 3 HP, one shot basically. Got Firebat holding this position here in the bottom left. But I think Lava is about to push out and establish another base for himself here very soon. It's a really solid defense setup. His Nidus canals are connected. And there we see the push out coming here. Forward. Does not want to lose that Defiler. He's gonna throw a couple of Dark Swarms now, for now. And he might just plague this group of Marines. There we go. It's gonna be a huge plague. It's gonna wait a tiny bit for the engage and then re-engage with the Hydras here. And he will shoot down all of the Marines, man. Insane. Like, look at how tanky Marines are if they have full HP. But the ones with 1 HP, they just die. And especially medics, they don't die to Hydras. Yeah, so now we see that big Firebat. So this has been more of a recent thing. If you have to deal with this plague stuff, you just make Firebats. Tons of Firebats. And if the Zerg messes up once and does not have enough Lurkers, or the Lurkers anymore, under a Dark Swarm, you can just go in with a Firebat and kill infinite Hydras, right? Until the Dark Swarm runs out. This engage is looking so good though for Lava. He's pushing back the whole Terran force here, clearing out all of this without any caster support here. There's finally the Defiler coming in. He's about to hit the natural here. There's not enough Firebats to deal with this. There's not enough stuff to shoot down these Lurkers. The irradiates are just not happening. This Vessel was on full energy stack. He has one more irradiate on this one. He needs to use those. Not irradiating. I don't see the irradiate. It's like one irradiate on a Lurker, one on a Defiler. And now I said he doesn't have enough of the Firebats, and indeed he doesn't. Look at that. It's peak StarCraft. But this is the big issue. The drones going over, the fourth base being established, the next Defiler moving in, and the infinite HP, the infinite damage. He's actually shooting down units. He's targeting down units that are not inside the Dark Swarm. Double irradiate on the Lurkers. He doesn't have a irradiate right now for the Defiler, I want to say. He has one irradiate, but that's a 51 HP Vessel. Needs to be careful there. He's actually going to use it on a Lurker, so the Defiler's going to stay alive here. Firebat's trying to get under this Dark Swarm, but they just can't get close enough. There's so many Lurker Spines shooting from down there, and GG's going to be called here. Lava is gonna win that game quite convincingly, I want to say. But yeah, of course, that early part of the game didn't really go the way of our Terran player. That Sunken, if he kills the Sunken, man, if he kills that effing Sunken, if he gets a little bit of more RNG luck where his marines inside the bunker all shoot the sunken and no one shoots that hatchery. I think he had like 4 or 5 shots wasted on the hatchery basically. If those shots go on the sunken, it dies. And then he can follow this up with the vultures, then he can follow this up with all of his 1-1-1 shenanigans. Also the vultures, they try to snipe the sunken, but you need to think, it's like, I'm pretty sure they only do 25% damage, so they have like 20 damage on those freaking shots, but they only do 5 damage to buildings. So it's like you're attacking this with SCVs. There you go. It just doesn't work if there's units with this. And there was a couple Hydras, or 1 Hydra and a couple of Lings. That was just enough. Just enough to do with this. Okay, so let's have a look at the bracket here for our StarCraft 2 stuff. I also need to swap the scene. Oh, sorry, here. I'm gonna already swap around the things. There you go. So I don't forget this later. We've got MaxPax playing against Mudkip Master right now. Rebellion is waiting on him. Percival's playing against Matt. It's actually a decent match. He's gonna play against the winner of Young Yakov and Ateshi. Sola is still waiting for his opponent, which is really unfortunate. I think he's gonna start his game. Maybe we just go into that game. And Nice is currently playing his own game. Oh, did he already play? Did Sola already play? It's in the score screen. Maybe that bracket part just wasn't updated yet. Got Nice also playing. Is he actually online? God, don't tell me Nice is not showing. Björn is gonna play against Epic now. That's gonna be a decent match. And we're starting to get there. Young Yakov won over Ateshi. Oh, my drink is gone. Oh, come on, guys. No, I don't want to wait anymore. Wanna see some StarCraft. I wanna see some StarCraft. So apparently Nice is not showing up, so yeah, all of that bracket I was looking forward is not happening. Oh shit. And Epic and Beyond did just start their game. No. Max packs against Rebellion. It's gonna happen now as well. It's gonna be PvP. Let me see if we can sneak something in there. I tried, but I don't think it's gonna work out. 4 minutes inside the game already. The turmo on the sunken does so much. Creep colony, it has 0. Does the creep colony only have 0 when it's building, or like always? Yeah, nice. Not showing up is not nice. It's possible to preserve magic energy by toggling on move follow, but like essentially forces Terran to disengage from things, lose their arm. Yeah, basically, or you can just hold position them in like positions where they don't have anything that they can heal, right? So there's a few things you can do with them. But of course then they don't move with your army. You don't want to really A-move them anymore. It's just so much extra action that are forced out of you if your medics and everything is kind of plagued, right? It's so messy as well. It's like when you want to macro the most, right? Where you're kind of struggling to get good foothold on the map, and then you also want to hit your transition just right. You want to hit the irradiates, so it's really difficult to actually manage your medics at that time, right? It's such a busy time anyways. I'm gonna do PvP because I'm sick of waiting. Okay. So Nice didn't show up, how unnice of him. And Solar's gonna get a free run into the round of 4. Man. And we'll just cast the PvP. Because, well, it's gonna be fast anyways. It's gonna be best of 3 between Rebellion and Max Packs. Gonna be very high level players. I think Rebellion is... Ah, damn it. Is he playing for... Wasn't he playing for... He's among stock of 2 people, okay. So, among stock of 2 people is his team, and on the other side we've got Max Pax, of course. Who is the... Sorry, Max Pax is in the top. Who's playing for Psystorm Gaming? Okay, so this is a PvP here. We're gonna see Max Packs do the trick. Pig has left the building. So we're gonna see Max Packs do the 1 gate expand. And Rebellion is gonna play 2 gate opening most likely. And we'll have to wait and see how Rebellion wants to break Max Packs. Because Max Packs is gonna play his Void Ray defense if it comes to that anyways. Because he's gonna play the Stargate, you already know this. He's gonna play Oracle first, and then if it needs to be, he's gonna play Void Ray. If it needs to be, he's gonna play Phoenix. But he will play with that style. You'll see that there's no way around this. And there's the Nexus, even before the Cybernetic Score. Quite greedy here. It's gonna throw down the Cybernetic Score next, and then we'll see that tech building eventually, so... yeah. Rebellion, of course, did not scout this. He hasn't scouted at all, which is actually... honestly, I don't like this. Like, you can deny your opponent's Nexus, right? If you have the probe across. You can throw down a pylon, you can force a zealot. There's so many things you can do. Now he gets the free Nexus up, he gets a no unit opening and gets away with that, and then gets immediately into his tech. This is like the greediest version of Max Picks you will ever see. And look at that, the Nexus, he's just making a Nexus, and he's gonna be behind. He cancelled the 2 Stalkers. He was making 2 Stalkers. He cancels 2 Stalkers, makes a Nexus. Okay, I don't hate this position. It's gonna say I'm gonna play from behind, but this is like 1 Nexus production cycle behind almost. And there's already gonna be that Stargate going up here for Max Packs. Even though Rebellion did not scout any of this, now he's gonna hallucinate 2 Zealots. But they're so slow units. I don't think I've ever seen hallucinated Zealots. So Max Pack sees this and he doesn't even care with the Adept. He's just gonna go try hunt for probes. There's gonna be that 2 double sentry here on the ramp to deny him entry, and they will try to push away that Adept. But look at that, the Zealots, they're barely gonna get across the map because they're so slow even as hallucinations, so it really doesn't do anything. There he goes, he gets a little bit of vision there. But that's it, he doesn't really see any of the tech. There's gonna be an Oracle very soon. How many shield batteries does he have? He has 1 in the main, 1 in the metro. It's gonna be nice and fine for now. Twilight Council going up here in the main. Oh, what did he cancel? Oh, okay. Of course, the battery in the entrance here. And there's gonna be the double Adept trying to get some damage. He might even just shade into the natural to force kill some drones here, or some probes. And this is just money that's been wasted, that's been spent. The shield battery is gonna be a nice additional defense, but it does not actually keep drones safe or probes safe against an Oracle. It can still chew through the health, as you can see here, and the healing power. It's gonna get overcharged, so it will have enough energy to at least outlast the Oracle. Oh, he moved in a little bit too far here with these Adepts, so a little bit of a mistake, and the Stalker Reinforce is gonna warp in to just keep the rest of the probes safe here. Second Oracle does join in on though, and the first Oracle is gonna survive. She's gonna go away, but this is a nice setup here for Rebellion, except for the blink timing. Oh damn, it's on the same timer than Max Pack's blink. And we do have 3 gates already here for our Red Protoss player. Of course, he had so much more income. Can have a look at the income advantage. Is 700 more per minute. For like a solid minute, at least. Let's say we take the kind of average, let's say it's 300-ish. He mined more for a minute. Per minute, that's like almost a Nexus he has up right now. Basically, it's the Nexus he invested in, right? It's so much money. He still has 44 against 32 probes here in the big probe lead. Still has 1 Adept aggressively positioned here to kind of deny a 3rd base, and... well, he's going in with the Oracles again. Kind of just loses that Stalker. Did he make a push? I guess he lost the sentry somehow. A sentry and a Stalker must have walked across the map there. Not sure how that happened. But yeah, Max Pack's just taking his 3rd Nexus. And finally, Rebellion is again still that Nexus, 1 Nexus behind basically. And yeah, the unnice thing, or the really bad thing, I guess, is his blink timing. It was supposed to be that much faster. It's already caught up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exactly now. Now we have the Stalkers pressuring over here, but that means this base is kind of exposed. He actually has 2 Stalkers waiting there, so the Oracles can't go in. But that makes this defense so much weaker, and we do see Blink against Blink here. So there's no advantage for Rebellion anymore. He doesn't have the shield batteries finished up. He still needs to hold this position if he wants to have a chance, but he's starting to drop down an army supply. He's starting still behind in the probe count, and he's vastly behind at this point. 61 to 38, man. It's just growing. The income advantage is just growing. Look at that. It is just growing, and this is a mirror match. There's already base number 4 going down. We do see more and more gateways being added. One thing that Rebellion is doing right now to try to push him ahead is he's making a forge, but MaxPax already has +1. So this is a part where he is still starting to catch up. But this doesn't seem to work here. Oracle's coming in here as well, and this time there's no defense. The shield battery is drained. The whole mineral line is gonna die. The Stalker's also gonna lose the fight here on the front line against MaxPax reinforcements coming in right now. This is a toastal disaster, a toast, and MaxPax does grab the win here. A toastal disaster. Alright, so let's see if this is gonna be one more round of toast, or if actually Rebellion can manage to not mess up his blink timing and have at least one lead, which he has to work for, or is trying to work out for himself. Now, in the top left of Tato Citadel, we do have MaxPax up 1-0, looking very solid. In the bottom right, we do have Rebellion slipping up a tiny bit, and that cost him really much of that game. I think it really threw everything, the blink timing, it threw everything down the drain. There was such a big ripple effect from that. That was his weapon, supposed to be his moment, you know? But it was just impossible. Now it's gonna be a proxy gate, I think, at least 2. So this is gonna be a fast game, and yeah, I like the position here. It's kind of out there, but it's not really far. It's a little bit weird. And this could do the trick. Now, how is he gonna do this? He's gonna make 2 gates and a cybercore? Oh, he's gonna do the Forge Rush. Okay, so it's gonna be Zealot cannons. Okay. So maximum mineral income, we don't need any gases. He could make a couple more probes. He's gonna actually not make those. He wants to throw down. He wants to have the money for pylons. Oh, he's gonna have a cannon outside the vision range. This is kind of brilliant. This might just work. This might just work. MaxPax, is he gonna see this? Oh, he's so smart. He's gonna scout with the probe. He sees the pylon, is immediately gonna throw down the cybercore. He needs a forge. He needs to recognize this. Now he thinks this is anything. Yeah, there we go, man. Is he gonna bring some probes? He's not pulling probes. He's not making a forge in the main as of yet. He can't really cancel the cyber. It's committed now in this location. He's gonna throw down another pylon. He has the first zealot. He's chrono boosting the second one. We do see more zealots here coming in from Rebellion, but they seem kind of slow here. Did he invest too much money into the cannons? Was the zealot production so it feels so slow? But he's gonna have one cannon up here in a moment. He needs something to wall this in potentially. No, he's gonna have that one. He's gonna have a second one. He's gonna throw down a cybernetics core next here, and MaxPax needs to hold this. He's making a Stargate actually, so he will go into the tech. Oh, he loved this position here. basically with the cannon and the zealot in the 1 versus 1, it's gonna be impossible for MaxPax to kill any of those zealots right now. What a beautiful move here by Rebellion, lovely setup. And he will bust down that gateway before the adept spawns. That's a really, really big win for him as well. No gateway production behind this. He only has a Stargate. He's making shield batteries at home right now. He could just cannon this as well. He could try to cannon this. He's identifying the Stargate. It's a really big scout. There's a lot of shield batteries, but this, like, he has the Cybernetic core. He's gonna go into adepts. I was thinking maybe stalkers, and you just want to break this down. There's gonna be the Oracle that's gonna eventually go across the map, and unless he has something to deal with this at home, it's just not gonna be possible to counteract the Oracle. Now the Oracle can keep things safe for MaxPax, but the two adepts are kind of doing the same thing as the Oracle does, right? They will put a timer to this whole situation. He sees the adepts now, so he needs to decide. Is he gonna stay home? Oh, no, the Oracle, it pops at the perfect moment to actually defend against the adepts, but it won't have the energy to go across the map and pressure. There is no overcharge energy right now. So it's gonna fly across, I guess. He has a cannon at home now, which will also kind of keep the Oracle away from his mineral line. It will keep him safe against any stasis shenanigans. But there's gonna be that Void Ray defense starting to come up. MaxPax, can he make this defense happen? Can he kind of retake his low ground? There's still the cannons down there. There's still a bunch of zealots. There's gonna be more and more stalkers. I don't think he's gonna go into a... Oh god, he actually does a Twilight Council here. He's still making probes. He's finally catching up to that one base full saturation. The mining has been better for MaxPax, but he lost so much initial structure value. And the cannon, you still need to be careful here. If you want to be extra safe, you kind of make a shoot battery as well. But that's such a big investment. Now there's going to be that Void Ray just going across the map. Kind of needs to be ready with a recall. He needs to kind of anticipate this. But maybe Warp Gate is just going to be in time here. Oh my god, he could just break up the natural. This could be a full-on base trade. But then the cannon is going to be invincible, isn't it? If he's going to warp in offensively right now. Oh, okay, so the Void Ray does come in, he's gonna charge up with the Oracle in conjunction, they're gonna break down the cannon. He needs to do the recall, but he just overcharged on the research here, so he's gonna be losing all of these stalkers, and he's gonna lose his base. Oh, not having the recall. What a disaster, and MaxPax is so safe at home because all of the units are gonna come back. No, Rebellion. He almost had this game. He just needed 20 more energy for that recall. The greedy chrono on the frickin' blink. Now blink of course is cancelled as well. No way. No way. And now MaxPax is gonna easily break down this low ground. And then he's just gonna have an Immortal there, a Sentry, a Void Ray, a second Void Ray. Yeah, GG. Oh boy, he almost had the game. I can't believe this. Wow. What a break from MaxPax there. Going across the map unscouted with that Void Ray. Man. That was very unfortunate. So MaxPax wins over Rebellion. I feel like Rebellion had that game almost. And MaxPax kind of manages to clench a victory for himself. If, like, he has so many options when MaxPax doesn't have anything but that one zealot right in the main and builds shield batteries. If you go up the ramp, you can cannon from the low ground. You can make a pylon on the low ground, cannon on the low ground, you stand your zealot on that ramp. You have two zealots against one, I think. You stand the zealots on the ramp, you can cannon the base from the low ground. You can pressure it, shoot up there, and then you can push up if you want to. You still have the probe in the front. Or you just go stalkers, not the adepts, you go stalkers and just shoot at the base, right? You start to shoot at the base, you start to out-trade him. Just full-on stalker production might have done the trick as well. There were so many options for him, or just waiting on that Oracle to appear. He knew there was a Stargate, so waiting for that Oracle to appear inside his base, and then getting that move in with the adepts afterwards, right? It felt like there were so many so many options, but kind of made the choice to wait it out, to try to get into Blink. That might have been just a bit too greedy there. Or he needs to play it a little bit more defensively. He needs a shield battery with his cannon that holds a Void Ray. Maybe it's a little bit too much DPS, honestly. I'm not 100% sure, but it should definitely help him get that warp in going, and maybe he holds then afterwards, right? Damn it, man. Damn it. Was still a pretty good PvP, I want to say. A lot of potential. I really liked how he made the initial move there, and the zealots inside the wall, basically utilizing MaxPig's own wall against him, and having such a safe position to kill those structures down there. That was really good, really well done. And the decision to make the pylon outside of vision range, like there were a lot of good things going on in that cannon rush for him initially, and then unfortunately he bungled it a little bit in the later stages. Okay, so now we're gonna wait for Solar to finish his game, and we will jump into Solar's next game, and he will eventually play against Björn, so yeah. I'm gonna quickly hit the restroom here. I'm gonna be back in a second. Nice. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to me. Dun dun dun. Battle Pants, whoever is that? GM player. 4.5k MMR. Is that White Round? No, it's not. I think he's even a little bit higher than that. Oh, Solar is in the menu. We're gonna jump in on Solar Series, gonna see how that stands. Maybe he won that one and is gonna play his next one. I'm not exactly sure. We'll get a little bit of Solar and then we'll hit Solar into Björn. Zerg versus Terran. Match for the ages. I saw this guy earlier. There we go. Mungo. Okay, so seems to be Protoss, maybe? I'm not sure. It's a barcode. Apparently one over Kylos. We go career. KR, okay, so it's a KR. Let's go KR. There's a Korean player. Okay, who is that? Mukos. Who is Mukos SC2? He got a walkover against Nice. Ah, shit. For some reason, my connection to Korea, specifically to the Blizzard servers, has been kind of tanking a lot in this year. By the way, guys, if you haven't known yet, I do have... I think I have like a promotion thing or something, where subs are gonna be 35% off. If you want to sub, now's the time. It's gonna be 35% cheaper. Pretty sure that works. Oh no, wait. That was only for what is it called? Like sub presents, gift subs, gifted subs. I think that only works for gifted subs. Damn. Where was it? Can't seem to find it anymore. Community? It was somewhere. Power-ups? No. Drops? No. Not a drop. They already played? What the fuck? No inf. No, they already started the game. Nobody invited me even though I went to Korea. What? Oh boy. Can't seem to find where it is though. Sponsoring? No. Whatever sponsoring is. I don't know where that was, but it's there somewhere. It should be there. Only gifted subs though. Okay, so much for that. Somehow I missed the game invite, apparently. Let me quickly have a look at the bracket. I did get Bjorn against... who is it? I did get the replays from Bjorn. To get him against Epic. Cast it tomorrow. This is proceeding faster than I thought. Percival or Young Jakob are gonna hit a best of 5 against Max Packs. And then we got, of course, the Beyond Solar best of 5. Shit. Do we have any StarCraft news? Oh, of course. I don't think there's anything interesting right now going on for StarCraft. Still talking with a lot of people to try to get some stuff going. And we've got something coming up for Atosis though. It's gonna be Stormgate related. Stormgate, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but they have been working on a major patch for Versus very recently, and things are looking quite good. The game looks better and better each time I look at it, and they have a lot of very interesting new maps. Like, it looks a lot more like StarCraft these days on the map layout and stuff like that, so I'm gonna be interested to see how things actually do proceed in something like this. How that eventually will work out. Okay. Should have this done in a moment. Actually, check out Enki's stream. I think he's inside the game. Who is this opponent? Mysterious. Okay. It's PVZ as expected. This guy's actually really good. Who is this dude? Barcode. And he's gonna get broken, but he's on 3 bases. Wow. Production, there's nothing to be produced. He's down in supply. This game is gonna be over in a moment here. Swapping in slow zealots against a bunch of roach Ravager. Okay. Solo took the first map. The Road Ravager timing, and we'll hop into this one. Map number 2. This guy is like a mystery. I'm not sure who he is. It's a Korean player, it seems, yeah. Inky. I already figured as much. Okay, let's get into this game here. It's gonna be map number 2 between these two. Solo's up 1-0, and I'm just gonna call him Muko, who is a barcode player on Korea. And in the bottom left we do have Solo. We're playing on White Rabbit. The last game was like it was a attempted blink timing here from our Protoss player. He went up to 3 bases, a lot of blink stalkers. Didn't work out in the end. Solo did push it back with the Road Ravager on 4 bases and just rolled over him with that counter attack. We answered again, yeah? Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure he's Korean. They are at least playing on the Korean server. I'm not sure if it's actually a Korean player or he's just... this is his best region to connect. You know, people from Japan, for example, would also play on the Korean server. They'd prefer to play here. Or in general from around Asia. Yeah, he could be Chinese, yeah, exactly. We don't know. He's at least located somewhere in Asia. And he might actually be a Chinese player because he doesn't really have that many games to his his profile here. It's like a almost empty profile even on Korea. And his NA profile was also pretty empty, like no games. Not even, he doesn't even have that experience stuff maxed, right? Like literally, I don't know, he played like 20 games or something on the whole account. But he played very good in that first game, so he's definitely playing somewhere. But if he would be Chinese, he'd probably play on Taiwan. No, maybe it's a little bit too much of him. I don't know, man, I don't know. It's just a random account. 13 games on a Lugolag, yeah? Is he Chinese? I don't know. There's the Stargate. How many Solars is there? It's insane. And Solar is gonna take that forward base, so he might want to push on 3 bases here. Interesting position. Where did you find his illegal lag? He's not 13 games, 0 wins, not listed. I mean, you only get like games on League like if you play against any professional player, really, right? If you're like a high-profile player who's getting into those potential money-making matches. Now, this is what I was expecting. There's the Roach Warren. It's only on about 40 drones. Should be kind of somewhere between 40 to 50 drones, and then just roaches and ravagers. Try to bust your opponent. See the Oracle just hanging at home. There's the Forged Twilight coming up. Third base, the Adepts is chilling at home as well. Extremely passive game. Nothing. Literally nothing has been lost here. 6 minerals from an extractor cancel. But I mean, Muku is spending his money nicely. He's macroing well. The build is complete. There's no real errors on this. So, yeah, this is looking good for our Protoss. I mean, like, when I say good, I mean, he's looking like a normal Protoss. He can execute a build. He is in the probe lead, but this is the Queen Walk. There's the 40 drones. There's going to be the Roach Ravager coming across. And yeah, he sees that, kills that one drone. That's not where you want to spend the energy. Already making a little bit of a decision mistake here. He's throwing down gateways out in the open. There's one shield battery, nothing here in the natural. Oracle needs to go and heal up in that shield battery. They can actually go over, and he overcharges the one that's so low, and he loses it immediately to the queens. He loses the first gateway. The entrance is open. He's gonna throw down more shield batteries here at home. The Oracle needs to chase down these links. That's some free damage he can get, but the cybernetics core is gonna be broken. Blink is not done yet. There's no Chronos really. Oh man, this is a disaster here. Muku had no idea that it was going on, and he did not have anything prepared, and that's when you see someone unprepared here. It's trying to hold an all-in from a Zerg. It's just not gonna happen. The fences are broken. Everything's broken. It's just gonna open him like a can. And he's gonna drink all of that delicious soda. Forge is broken. Gateways down the drain. Stargate's gonna be killed. Oracle will be recalled to the Nexus, but that's also gonna die in a moment. The Oracle will try to kill as many links as it can. He has one stasis ward. He's gonna make shield batteries en masse, but he lost the Forge, so he can't place a cannon. The Oracle has got 25 kills, it's insane! But Solo is making 10 drones. He's making a lair. He's like, man, you're not leaving, bro, you're mad. Oh, it doesn't matter. He has the stasis wall. So it's literally impossible to push up the ramp right now. And Muku, he did not finish Blink, so he's just gonna make a lot of stalkers. He has so much money stacked up because he couldn't spend anything. Solo's just like, oh man, are you for real? Are you for real, bro? And he'll just go in with the links. He can't evacuate with the stalkers. He'll break down the stalkers. There's more stalkers warping in. He's gonna bile those as well. So much damage. That Oracle, it gets so many kills. 28 kills. Executioner #1 in this whole game. He has the most kill on any units. I mean, there's a 10 kill Ravager as well, but all of the probes are dead. There's nothing left for Muku. He warps in 2 more stalkers. GG, well played is gonna be called, and Solar finally eliminates Muku. So now we go into the game we've been waiting for. Björn against Solar here. Muku. What an interesting character. So Old Republic, 10k, 10,000 feet. Those are the bands. Tourmaline, Celestial. Then we're gonna see 2 more bands. Oh no, this actually is a best of 5, right? So we're already in best of 5 territory here. First map's gonna be Taito Citadel, White Rabbit. The second map, Winter Madness. Four is gonna be Mothership, and at 5 is gonna be Ruby, whatever. What a beautiful game we just witnessed there. Alright, Enki, we also need to set up the lobby, bro. Alrighty. That's gonna be a best of 5. Solar against Byan, a TVZ. Taito Citadel is gonna be the map number 1 here. And go inside. In the top left, we have Byan playing for Rebellion, Shopify Rebellion. In the bottom right, we do have Solar playing for Team Falcons. We're still holding out for that last spot on the Esports World Cup to be announced. And of course, hopes are high that this is gonna be StarCraft 2. The only single-only game that has yet to be announced. What could it be but a troublemaker? If you go back to last year's Esports World Cup, I think StarCraft 2 was in the top 10 performers on viewership and viewing hours and stuff like that. So it's actually not a bad game to have at such a big stage. Of course, it's not the biggest esports anymore by any means, but it's still reasonable. I would love to see more StarCraft tournaments on big stages. Of course, this year we will have a tournament at BlizzCon, but that's gonna be a little bit different. It's more of a invitational tournament. We'll have to wait and see how that exactly is gonna be working out, but you all probably know about the rumors on that StarCraft third-person shooter game that will be announced at BlizzCon. We all have kind of seen news articles recently and tweets about that. Something might be coming for the StarCraft universe, the IP, in this year. At least as an announcement. So this makes a lot of sense that they are kind of pushing again for StarCraft 2 a little bit more. They just want to have the franchise to generate friction and make something happen, make excitement happen for their new game, basically, which they're going to be announced, if there's going to be one. But if it helps StarCraft 2, well, I won't mind. Alright, so factory, starport and barracks. And of course the triple command center, a 1-1-1 set up here for Björn into that 3 base. He's gonna go for the creep chimel. Can he snipe it? Does actually manage to get the kill. And he gets out with the Reaper. Immediately throws down another tech lab here. So I'm kind of guessing he does not go cloak, but he wants to have a very fast stim with this. It might just be for fast tank production as well. Kind of have to see how this is gonna play out here for Björn. So let's gonna go try scout this. The Hellions are looking for an entry, looking for a drone. So I'm just gonna see the Hellions back at home. It's gonna, alright man, 1-1. There you go. Well, the Hellions do snipe a creep chimel, which is quite nice here for Björn. Oh, is he gonna lose a Hellion? No, he doesn't, and he snipes another creep chimel. And there's the sacrificial overlord to just confirm, hey man, I'm here. He does see 2 tech labs, but I don't think he saw the production facilities attached to this. This is kind of a funny situation where he sees 2 upgrades going. Now he has to prepare for kind of everything. He has to think, hey, this might be 2 barracks. I don't think he saw the starport unit. So he kind of has to think, oh my god, 4 drones going down over here. The Banshee's coming in, but it's not seen yet, finally getting in vision. So now he knows this is a starport, one of those that was spinning there. He kind of has... Ooh, he shoots down the Banshee, man. Into the forest and beyond. And he kind of has to prepare against cloak. Of course we know there's no cloak. A classic Björn move, indeed. And Solar might actually skip on anti-cloak defenses because of that. But he already has spores in every mineral line, so it's not gonna happen. Hellions are gonna try to rotate in here over on the left side, but they won't find an entry. It's kind of a funny map here. The 3 base is very defensible on this kind of high ground, and you kind of push down on the low ground. I feel like I've seen this before on different maps, this kind of setup for the bases. Benji comes in, snipes the drone, is gonna actually get leashed into the queen here a little bit. By that hit from the queen. And there's the Baneling Nest on the way. Lingbane Hydra seems to be the way to go here for our Zerg player. Going into the carapace and Hydra range damage. On the other side we see 1-1 about halfway done. And the armory coming up quite fast. So this is not a 2-2 armory. This is a I want to hellbat push you armory timing. Of course it will be very helpful for his follow-up attacks, but kind of wants to do something with these 5 Hellions. Maybe he identified how late that Baneling Nest was. I guess he never saw any of this really. There's the Baneling Nest anyway, down here. There. Oh. Those queens are a little bit out there, actually. He's gonna morph those now into Hellbats. There's the Medivacs coming in. They're gonna be healed up here in a moment. At least a little bit. there's your first tank. Very nice tank position, I want to say here. Love that, but already Link's coming from top. No Hellbats with that. Where are the Hellbats? Where are the Hellbats? Already all of them popped. So that was a very fast defense here. See the Banshee hovering over here, is waiting for that drone to come down, and this is out of vision. Where's the drone? Like, where did he pull that drone from? There it comes. This is like the fastest, sorry, the furthest drone that he could have used. Bjorn is still trading in the center, and Solar does not notice the Banshee. It's gonna hit the drone. It does not deny the base, but it does shoot the base. It could cancel this. We do see Queens on the march. Can they save this? Marines stimming him. He's gonna kill this. Because Solar was so set on cancelling this, so now he's gonna lose the base. That was a brilliant move here by Bjorn. Stimming with the Marines around, hitting that base. And Solar must be furious. Immediately gonna start his Hive as a reaction, saying like, alright man, Hive lurker den. You can't kill my 4th base, I'll lurker den you now. And I'll make 2 more bases, because I'm a Zerg player. That means though he's gonna give up a lot of map presence because he can't roam as freely, and he's gonna give the map basically to Bjorn, who has still that Reaper from the early game. He's chilling there on the watchtower. I think he's gonna be abandoned here if things go south, and indeed they do, and the Reaper is gonna just pop. Spores have been relocated here. I like this in the mid game from Solar. He's someone who always does this. Gonna relocate those spores as a drop defense after the initial Banshee threat has been dealt with. Widowmine upgrade coming in here. Drilling Claws is gonna be a lot of Widowmine production. We have a couple tanks who are still about to anchor the defensive positions here, but this is gonna be a very fluid style from Bjorn. Widowmines, Marines, and Marauders. Just trying to trade as much and split as much and fight as much as possible. But this also means that his 4th base is a little bit under threat because he simply lacks the anchor points. Not enough tanks. He has only a couple which are located somewhere around the 3rd. This 4th base, oh man, it's actually under a lot of threat here. And if Solar micros this a little bit, he has a free kill. Now Bjorn needs to save this one. Oh no, he's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose it. Bam! It explodes inside that forest again. We saw earlier. Forests and Bjorn don't seem to work along today. Banes to get sniped. This army gets pushed back. We still need to see concussives on those Marauders. They need to start to slow down the frontline Banelings that come in. And also to be able to chase and catch Hydras on the return. But so far this is looking pretty decent for Solar. He's up at almost 90 workers, he has a huge army, he has 5 bases, which are not fully saturated yet, but the upgrades are also coming in. He's not ready yet though, and if Bjorn can get a solid push going here through that center, that might just be enough to break the Camel's back. Ah, this is so many Zerg units though. The Midwine still does connect, but not with the Banelings, and unfortunately a good Bane connection does deal with most of the bio, medivacs, bio units, everything is falling apart here. The tanks have been picked apart as well. And the Hydra Bane is still moving forward here. It's about to seesaw though, if those Banes don't make it in as the front line here. And the Hydras need to fall back or get some reinforcements. I guess they don't. Bjorn has to GG. Solar's gonna take the first map. Good for him. GG. Yeah, Solar was playing this very nicely. He lost what, 5 drones to the initial Hellions and he only killed 1 Hellion. There was a moment where I was like, yeah man, Bjorn, things are good, looking good for you, but that didn't work out. And now Solar just kind of like, also the kill on hatchery, right? That looked just amazing. Bjorn looked like so in the lead, in control, but man, What a turnaround from Solar there. His couple pushes, they succeeded so much. He also killed the 4th base from Björn. Kind of set him on an all-in timer there himself. Just beautifully done. Now, it was Solar's map choice though. And this is gonna be Björn's map choice. Let's see if Björn can turn this around here on White Rabbit, apparently a map he would like to play in this matchup. Drink first, barracks expand. Seen this. Gonna see it again. I'm not really sure about this map in this matchup. I don't really see any immediate issues for the Zerg player against the Terran. There's a lot of ramps which you can abuse. If you take the center position, you have a kind of fast push across the map. There's these kind of weird obstructions where you can place tanks behind. Yeah, like a lot of good tank positions probably. But I'm still not really sure about the map. Maybe it's just the rush distance. I think it might just be the fastest distance. So that could be one thing. It's gonna be an easy way to push across the map. So you're gonna go for the gas? No. So it will be a fast command center. No second gas for now. It's gonna be a faster 3rd base than last game even. Oh! Maybe I spoke too soon. There's your Beyond Reaper trying to come in for that creep tumor kill, which hasn't been laid down yet. Gonna throw a grenade at the drones, gonna interrupt mining time there. Wow, what a play. A perfect skill shot. Gets 2 drones with that bounce. Of course, as a Zerg player, like if you have the the Reaper around, you can just go for that fast inject. It's not like you need the fast inject, but it also doesn't matter if you just overstack a little bit on lava. It's better than losing the energy to a snipe on that tumor. You know, you really want to get that tumor going, you can also like put it very defensively, for example around here or somewhere. Just gonna put it down there, under the anus of the queens. Let's see if this is gonna be an immediately tech lab. Doesn't seem this game. So we will see Cloak actually for the Banshees, and should be a 3rd command center following this up very soon. There's the tech lab coming in next. So this will be a little bit more, what is called, technical. Tech focused, a little bit more on that Banshee. Trying to deal more damage with those. Cloak. The 1 Reaper and 4 Hellion. Combat tag team are gonna move in now. It's gonna start to work on the Overlord that's trying to scout, of course. But we'll need to see what's gonna happen with these Hellions first. They will be deflected by the Speedlings and the Queens here. Very nicely done by Solar, but he does not actually catch the units. He gets the 2 low ones though, and that's all he needs to do. Beautifully done. There's the 3rd base, gonna be in that wall. You see another reactor and additional barracks being thrown down now. First Banshee moving across the map here. There's the reinforced 2 Mahalians coming in, but unfortunately he already lost 2, so he did not peak up to 6. Why do you think why do you say 6 is such a big number? Well, technically, with 6 Hellions, oh my god, man, you have enough to one-shot 2 clusters of links at the same time with the triple shot. Ah, he does miss the transfuse, so he transfuses a queen. Man, that Banshee is dealing so much damage. 5 drones, and again, the Spore is late in the natural as well. It still has 20 energy. The Spore's gonna finish up, but my god, that Banshee did do God's work here for beyond 9 drones. Whew. No, Solar's gotta be so mad about this. I think he will get the Banshee into vision range and he will kill it, but there's gonna be the follow-up Banshee. There is gonna be that Spore this time though, and he just moves in where all the queens are, so I'm not sure about this army movement from the Banshee. With the first Banshee already paid for all of that investment, I want to say 9 drones at before the 6-minute mark is pretty solid for a single Banshee with Cloak. And he still has that second one, which should fall back here. He can work on those queens, but there's going to be the Overseer. Come on, fall back! Fall back! He's going to come in with the Hellions, the Reaper as well. He keeps the Banshee alive for now. If he could snipe the rest of these queens, he could potentially get a cancel on that base, but he's gonna abandon ship here. The Banshee only 5 HP, as I said, a little bit too low to assist in this fight. Link's trying to intercept this Terran force, and it seems like they will do the trick here. Beyond is gonna get caught with his pants down a little bit, does not micro in the first initial swoop, does lose a couple Hellions for his mistake. Third base is gonna land here, but man, that Hellion reduction is actually doing a great deal here. Should throw down his armory very soon. There it's gonna be. So the Hellbats, if there are gonna be any, are gonna be very sparse. Not like they did anything in the last game, to be honest. It felt like he wasn't really on a good position with those Hellbats. Kinda could have saved that tank in the back, but he didn't. Against the Lynx. But yeah, there were a lot of mistakes in his execution in the last game, so let's see how he's gonna fare this time. Armory is not done yet, so only Hellions, no Hellbats. But this is a cool position for tanks. As I said, this map has really cool tank positions. It's so difficult to engage on those tanks. Solar kind of needs to hold this in a frontal defense. But these tanks are gonna rain havoc on this whole south side of the Hydras. Hellbats are not done, unfortunately, so the defense for the tanks actually was not there against just a few Lynx. My god. Solar, how does he make this work every time? There's gonna be a second factory. Is Bjorn just gonna do the same again? Is he gonna just go into Widowmine play again? Might just be... No. We do see actually the weapons upgrade for mech. So this is gonna be double tank production here. And I hope you won't lose too many tanks in the early stages of this game. Yeah, good pickup. That tank you definitely need to save. Kind of needs to have a position back at home, which you can just fall back to. I love that this SCV really wants to repair the last 8 hit points on the Banshee, but the Banshee doesn't care. It's already going across the map, it already cloaked. Oh, the SCV did return back. And unfortunately, the tank did not have any buffer for it, so it just got sniped down by the Hydras. We have a bunch of Lynx coming in at third base here of our Terran player. There's nothing really to do with this right now. Bjorn has to evacuate the SCVs, is losing also a bunch of his units there on the retreat. And Solar might just find the rest of the army. Unfortunately for Bjorn he doesn't, but Bjorn is not looking so hot in this game so far. After that one Banshee doing so much for him, right now he's kind of struggling a little bit there in the mid game. Definitely one of Solar's strengths, but finally he does get a kill on a base here. That was very necessary for him. Finally finds some damage there. Gets that 5th base cancelled, gets a couple snipes. He loses a medevac though. I think that ran out of boost if I saw that correctly. And Bjorn is finishing up his own 4th base. I wonder where he's gonna put it, over here, I guess, right? Yeah. He's gonna start up sensor turrets, all those defenses. Solar already broke open these rocks, so he can rotate his units more freely and just secure that base a little bit easier. Lurker down on the way. Hive is about to finish up as well. And the +2 is about to complete here. That's actually gonna finish with the hive. What a really strong timing here for Solar. Immediately going into +2 melee as well. And the power spike for Björn is not really happening because +2 carapace, it's only 10 seconds out. There's no push that's gonna hit in this moment. So there you go. Additional barracks coming online for Björn as well. It's gonna throw them down in kind of a location which does cut off rotation or does help his own defensive rotations there. And his reinforcing potential, but Solar's maxed, man. He's maxed, he's mad, he's green, he's the Hulk. Excuse me, he is the Baneling Master. He has 37 Banes, he has 20 Hydras, a couple of Vipers even in the mix to throw down Blinding Clouds, and now we have Enki giving us the time of our lives. Pause, please. Yo, Boom Shagalaga. This is live, brother. I can post you the bracket. 1 second. There you go. This is live. But yeah, if it wouldn't be live, then this would just be a Enki has left the game, like a message, and then it would just go on. Alright, and there we go. Björn is starting to shoot down these rocks here, actually. So that's interesting. He wants to break this open himself. He has a bunch of units in the left here, but he doesn't manage to pick up all of them. So he will be able to evacuate those. Not just lose them. But man, this is such a big army again. It's 70 Lings, it's 40 Banes, it's 20 Hydras. It's a huge force, and if he comes down swinging the hammer, he could definitely crush that 4th base if he executes this correctly. But if he only comes from one angle, that's not gonna be the trick he needs to pull off here. Again, this drop on the left, it is still there, it is still holding its own, and this is preventing Solar from actually moving in. See, he's now reinforcing the left side because he wants to break that entry. And like, he wants to occupy Björn at one position and break another. You see, he's moving in here a little bit in the middle. He's forcing the micro. But we have so many Marines. We have that double drop just reinforcing this position. He tries to move in on the left, but it just doesn't work. Björn is not falling for it. And that's when you, as a Zerg, are just starting to bleed units. If you try to do this over and over again, you're just starting to bleed, because that's where the superior range from the Terran just works so much in their favor. Solar is recognizing this. He's joining his armies up. He's kind of setting up for a really, really big surround here on this Terran army. But what a setup from Björn. He has 5 tanks standing strong here. There's gonna be some Blinding Clouds stuff coming in now. Blinding Clouds, blinding those tanks. The bio just isn't split up. It needs to move back further and further. We still have tanks anchoring these positions. The tank in the north is gonna get taken out as well here. Planetary is still there. But man, this one siege tank, the last point of defense, is still standing strong. And Björn, he had this double drop all that time on the left. He's gonna come in, gonna assassinate the space in the top position there for Solar. And what a beautiful move by our Terran player. But unfortunately, Solar, it doesn't really matter that much. He already has such a big bank. He can afford a lost hatchery here or there. He can afford a bungled fight here or there. And he didn't even bungle that fight. He did lose most of his Banes though. He needs to replenish on the green sauce to get his army going again. But that's gonna be a lot of gas investment. He still has a big bank though. Oh, he just killed one of the medevacs here from the top left position. Or just chill in there. There's gonna be another hatchery gonna be thrown down on the right position here. Now Solar needs to think about kind of relocating his workers. As I say that, he's pushing in into the left position here. Another Blinding Cloud disabling these siege tanks, but ghosts have been added into the mix. 2 kills? No way, man. Björn, did you just lose 2 command centers which were cancelable? Oh my god. That was a big mistake here by Björn. He does have this planetary in the south, and this is a rather easy expansion still for him to take. He also wants to get this base, so that's gonna be the perfect split. But Solar needs to think about mining out fringe bases before he mines out his mains, his naturals. Because you want to have that resource available to fall back on. Tanks are setting up here. Björn is making a lot of tanks, but they just don't seem to hit the mark. Now, big army moving in. This is such a nice tank setup, though. Man, this is such a nice tank setup. He still will lose that base, but that was a very costly fight. Let's have a look at this. Solar destroys 2.4k and 500 is 3k. Björn destroys just 4k. He trades 1,000 better than Solar. Oops. He trades 1,000 minerals better or resources better than Solar, and he can just counter push. He has the momentum. He keeps the army. He keeps so many important units alive. Ghosts, Vikings, tanks. He only kind of needs to replenish on Marines. Oh, we have another push here to the right, and he could snipe this planetary. Mass repair, is it gonna save it? A planetary shooting down lurkers. Now we've seen it all. Also a big attack on the left. Maybe Solar can just overwhelm Björn, spread him too thin. He's gonna kill another base, which is not lifting. Björn with the mistakes. He loses the planetary barely to the lurkers as well. He loses 34 SCVs. The momentum is shifting. Even though this center tank position is so strong for Björn, you can see the kills on the tanks are insane. They have like 25 kills and stuff like that. Almost 30 kills on those tanks. We see the ghosts, they're starting out to max out on energy. It's not where you want to be here as Björn. He simply can't seem to be in position. He doesn't have the sensor turrets really set up to work against such a fluid army movement here from Solar. And Solar's just playing this to perfection, it seems like. Sniping down bases left and right. There have been so many commands in the kills, man. 3 normal commands, 2 planetaries, 1 orbital. That's 6 command centers. That's so much money. And while Björn's army is kind of standing strong, it's not as strong as it should be. It's just eclipsing 100. He hasn't set up this base in the lower part here. There's the links coming in right now. They're like, hey man, we're here. Where's your planetary? No. Just no. That's all there is to say. Björn is falling back to basic units. He's making tanks and marines. He can't afford to work with ghosts or marauders really anymore. He needs to remake SCVs. He's still at 50 SCVs. He's gonna float over a base from the main base, which was still there. So he still has an Axis orbital, but that's about the last one he has to spend. And Solar's coming in here and finally an EMP on that freaking Viper before it can start that second blinding cloud. The tanks are a little bit exposed here. They weren't sieged up fast enough. The bio is going down the drain here as well. Ghosts are falling back. No snipes. Finally they're gonna cloak. We need to snipe that freaking overseer. I guess he will still kind of make this work here as a defense. And Solar's trying to run in a few links, but yeah, this is all expendable stuff for him. He's mining so much more. Look at that. Look at that income advantage. It's just not fun anymore. While Björn still has a bunch of tanks, he still has a couple of ghosts. He's just making marines and tanks. He should even stop making tanks. He's overproducing on tanks. Look at how many tanks there's 9. He has almost as many tanks as marines. 15 marines, 9 tanks. Kinda needs to buff more of his normal defense, but I guess maybe this might just do the trick here. So many tanks, there's nothing really to work against those. We do have a fungal hitting 2 ghosts. That's such a painful loss here. There's also a high energy ghost, so they still had a lot of snipes. The last one is out of energy. No MP, no snipes anymore. Those tanks though, oh my god, they just get flanked from the links from behind. Björn's army's gonna fall apart here. He still hasn't dealt with the creep over here, slowly receding. Björn's army supply is down the dusters. More and more links coming in here on the left side. This base is about mined out, so he should just evacuate this position, grab the factory and just be done with it. He has so many medivacs. Out of that tank count, the 9 tanks, got reduced down to 4, so now he needs to reproduce those as well. He needs to land this base, please, and drop a couple mules. Alright, bro. And now he's just gonna GG, man. Solar 2-0 in this best of 5. And that was Björn's map, don't forget. Now we're gonna play Solar's map again. Who's party? I'm party leader. 1 second. It's Winter Madness, right? Alright, and there we go. Map number 3, Winter Madness. Yeah, Solar's on fire, man. This guy, if he plays to his best, he looks unbeatable. He looks like, you know, those Zergs that you're just afraid of. You like just want to sit in your base's terrain and just play mass tanks against this, you know. Just play tower defense, but that's not how this is gonna work, because then Solar just goes up the tech tree and does whatever he wants to break you, and break you really hard. In the top left of Winter Madness we've got Björn. Can he turn it around? He needs to do it now. In the bottom right we do have Solar, and looking unbeatable so far in this series. And Björn, is he gonna go for a 3-Rex Reaper? I don't think so. It's not going to be a low ground wall here for him. That kind of indicates that this is not going to be the case. Probably going to be another regular expand build with that 3 command center setup. So far everything very standard here. Yeah, regular expand build for Björn. And regular expand build for Solar as well. But Zerg really branches off later than any other race into any cheese. Because like really Zerg cheeses is only on lair. There's no hatched cheese except for that Queen Walk Roach Ravager stuff. That's really not working against Terran as much. And now we get a pause. And we go, oh yeah. And the 2 didn't shoot. 3, 1, go. Reaper going across the map, factory being placed behind, no additional gas as of yet, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Because if he goes 2 gas now, he's gonna have a faster starport, faster tech. If he goes a command center now, well, he's gonna have the 3rd command center way faster, but he will delay his tech a little bit more. That also means that he needs to produce more Hellions. It's gonna be like an 8 Hellion or something. Or he could go into way faster barracks, play this very unit light, a little bit greedy. He would be acceptable. He would be open to attacks. So this is gonna be the command center on 1 gas. It's gonna still throw down a reasonably fast starport. But there's no gonna be this additional add-ons, for example. There's not a tech lab already ready here. And we do see the lift over here. So let's keep an eye on how many units are gonna be produced, or if there's gonna be additional barracks being thrown down very fast here. You can just make no Hellions, for example, and just play on 1 Reaper. That would be kind of the greediest version. And you just throw down additional barracks, like these 2 Hellions and 1 round of... Like, these 2 Hellions, I guess one more would be 2 barracks, right? You could make. So if you skip the first 3 Hellions, you can make 2 additional ranks immediately. But you have no units. This would be the greediest move. I like the Raven here. It's gonna be very helpful to his kind of tag team here to try and deny the creep a little bit if he just moves it around together. Or he can just go and harass a little bit with auto turrets. Also going to be helpful in a later engage with an anti-armor missile or a couple auto turrets to block and add extra DPS. I always am a fan of the Raven, it's a good utility unit. I also don't hate getting that upgrade actually. Oh, but this is going to be a Nidus Ling Queen all in. 37 drones, Solar's saying I'm up to... Oh, you deal with this now. I'm not gonna play another reactive game against your crazy mid game. The Hellions will get caught here. Raven is deciding, do I need to auto turret this to support this? He says no. Solar. He's throwing down the Nidus, but it's in vision. Beyond does see it. He's immediately gonna swap around, make tanks. He's gonna come back. He's gonna pull SCVs, he's gonna pull Hellions, he's gonna get the Reaper in position as well. He doesn't have a Banshee, remember, but he will kill this Nidus quite fast. A couple Queens did pop, but this is enough to defend this. And I think Solar is not gonna do what he needs to do here. He does kill a bunch of SCVs though in the natural, but the Hellions are still there. He still kills the Nidus. This time it's gonna be a full deny. Queens are not gonna plow through. Already abandoning the idea. We do see drones on the production tab. The Hellions are gonna deal with the rest. He still kills 11 SCVs. It's nice, but it's not nearly enough. This is a good defense for Bjorn. Quite the good lead here. He's gonna throw down one more Nidus Worm. This could be auto turret. He's gonna immediately throw down 2 autos. I think they'll even deal with this. Maybe that tank also needs to take 1 pot shot. No, not even. Really well defended here. Even though he loses 11 SCVs, he was still in the SCV lead just until now. And with the triple command and the mules, of course, you are economically cruising here as Bjorn. Now he needs to be a little bit wary because he still is lacking the army power to land that command center as of yet. He just needs to be careful that there's no Nidus coming down. Oh my god. Is this me? No, it's Enki again. Can he just leave? I guess, yeah. That's very unfortunate, but it seems like Enki's connection to Korea is even worse than mine today. Okay. Okay, there we go. Game is going on. Do you have these 2 SCVs? They're not stuck, are they? Oh, they might be stuck. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, thank God. For a second I thought maybe. So Solar is trying to get up a 4th base. He's not like out of the game yet, but he's definitely behind. He needs to drone a bunch and he needs to not lose these links because this is his whole army. And if it dies to 4 Hellions, well... then Bjorn can just go across the map and kill him. So he keeps the Raven at home to drop auto turret, double auto turret against the Nidus. That's kind of funny. I wish he makes a Viking to get rid of that effing Overlord. Gonna see Baneling speed being researched right now. 1-1 being researched right now. So Solar's taking a little bit of a gamble. He says, alright, I'm gonna keep you back home. I'm gonna get round 1-1. I'm gonna not make any Banes as of yet. But is he actually keeping Bjorn at home, or is Bjorn just walking across the map right now? He doesn't even have a link to scout this. So we'll finally see this move out, but it's almost already in position. 2 Banes. He has 7, 9, 8, something along those lines, so he has a bunch of them, but they don't have speed. They're not ready yet. He needs to fight on creep. He's gonna have a bunch of links again for the kill on the tanks here, for the assassination from behind. Björn is gonna throw down an auto turret here to harass the drone line a little bit in the south. And he's gonna move out with the Hellions next. He's just keeping this position for now, but he's been standing here, I think, for too long. He's been waiting for his 1-1, it seems. Now he's gonna push in, he's gonna plow through a couple queens, and now he needs to evacuate. He can't stand your ground here, Björn. It's just too many units. You're gonna lose the tanks for free, kind of. He's gonna evacuate half of the Marines, but not all of them. One tank, one more shot could do the trick. Unfortunately, he's not gonna get it. The Hellions did come in for the reinforce. Raven is gonna drop another auto turret. This time, this is gonna be greeted by Lynx, though. Tries to focus down drones, gets another one there in the tail end of that interaction. Now the Hellbats come in, but no more tanks to anchor this position here, so this Marine force is going to be pushed back very easily now with 1-1 completed, Baneling speed done here. He's going to try to pick up the rest, but unfortunately he even loses more Marines because he picked up a couple of Hellbats, which are really not scaling for him. Raven tried to come in again for some additional damage, but it's not going to work out. And we will see again the Widow Mine transition here for Björn. He says, alright, you're not gonna go Hydra, right? Are you? Are you? He still doesn't know about the Hydra then. He hasn't seen any Hydras. So you will go again into the Widow Mines. It's like, oh man, you're gonna play just Ling Bane. No, Björn. It's gonna be Ling Bane Hydra. With an emphasis on Ling Bane, so the attack upgrades and damage upgrades, the attack upgrades are gonna be for the Banes, for the Lings, not for the Hydras. But it's gonna make this composition a little bit weaker against Widow Mines. That for sure. Those two Marines, man, they're so aggro. I love it. One is gonna die, the second one's gonna die as well. Now the front line has been decimated. We still have that one Reaper trying to do a bounce trick. Can he do it? He's not gonna throw a grenade here. He's gonna throw a grenade over here. No, the Reaper is gonna get killed off, and this army is gonna be pushed back. Björn rotating to the right side again, but he's not really making any headway. He's not really getting any value targets. The Raven is accumulating Zergling kills right now. Can he finally break a position here? I don't think so. Drilling Claws wasn't done, so the mine which got in position does not get under the ground here. Still standing his ground and fighting with the Marines, but the Hydras might just barely enough to push this one back and finish off the last remainders of that army. On the left side, Björn again looking for an opening. It feels like in this early stage he's just not winning the fights. He needs them to win and snowball, or it's just not gonna be worth a double command center now in the back of his main base. I don't hate this. He had them earlier on the third base, which got busted, and he lost them. So this time it's gonna be safe inside of his main. That's gonna be hard to bust down, and it's gonna be 2 orbitals, and that's gonna be a lot of additional power here in the economic engine for Björn. Finally, drilling claws are done. He's gonna get a couple connections at least, not great ones so far. On the right side, he's also getting pushed back. The Medivacs have been killed off, so the Marines are gonna be dying over here. Rip Johnny and friends. Concussive Shell's gonna finish up. Raven is still around. He's gonna walk back with the army, it seems like. Might have got F2'd. Is gonna go back into his little nook. He is still sitting on 10 kills. Didn't really achieve anything after he killed those 5 links. Wait, is he making another Nidus network? Oh, Solar is a little bit flustered in this game. He's going up to Lurkers and he's like, alright man, let's make a Nidus network so I can drop Nidus into your main base. But Björn, Solar forgot that this happened in the early game, but Björn didn't. He knows there's a Nidus on the map. He is keen on this. He is ready to defend it. I can assure you. There's an additional starport coming up right now, and he's still trying to push in here. That second Nidus definitely is going to surprise him. I guess probably not surprise him. Now, where is he gonna place this one? He's gonna push aggressively right now, and also gonna defend on the left side here. And Björn is standing on the high ground. He's gonna shoot down a bunch of these units. Solar's trying to find anything here. Any army he can shave off. He has good army supply lead right now, 20 supply up. But Björn is closing that gap very fast right now with very technical units, Liberators, Widow Mines, Marauders coming in here. Really beefing up his army here. And Solar kind of lost track of these medevacs in the corner, so they're actually... they're flying in, and they're gonna drop the natural? No, he's gonna drop the third. Oh god, that was a little bit too greedy. He should have just dropped the natural. Not sure why he didn't do that. This was an open place to drop. Just a couple links down there. And there's this one additional medevac which is chilling with full units. He should evacuate right now and try to drop here on the left. But yeah, this is gonna get parasitic bombed down in just a moment here. Solar now with the double Nidus network. He can throw down 2 Nidus if he wants to. But I can assure you he forgot about that. This is a sensor turret defense, not a... yeah, look at that. He got 1 Marine out. It's such a big mistake. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. I really wanted to see that fight, but we've got an engage coming up here in the center. Björn is pushing the issue. I'm not really sure if he can, though. He has +3 weapons completed. If he gets a couple good connections on the mines, that might be all he needs to really win and snowball that fight here, and to his favor. And look at those orbitals. Look at the energy he has stacked up. He needs to drop a couple mules. He does not have the bank. Solar is placing defensive Nidus networks now. And we have a huge army coming in here. In the center, also on the left side, but the left side got easily deflected. The center, though, is still going strong for Solar. He's trying to break this position. And he's trying to rotate with his army here, but that didn't work out. All of the Banes kind of running into a small group of fire units. Björn, repair the planetary. He's gonna do so finally after I tell him to. Listening to my commands. Thank you so much, Björn. So he repairs the planetary, he's gonna stay alive, and he will not lose any of his mining locations. And that's good for him, 5 mining bases. He has a bunch of turrets here sniping down the Overseer, trying to come in and drop Nidus canals. Liberator range on the way, 4 more Liberators in production. Marauders, Liberators, high-sec auto-tracking, building armor, beefing up his structural defense. The Liberator want to set up here very soon. What are you shooting there exactly, Björn? Now Solar coming in again. Is gonna try to break this position once more. Planetary needs to be repaired. He didn't fully repair it, and now Baneling's coming in to bring the pain. They're actually gonna barely kill off that planetary. This one tank man is killing so many units on the tail end here. And Björn has an army kind of in the center of the Zerg expansions here, and he kills one. Can he kill the second one? It doesn't seem so. That's triple drop. He's gonna rotate into the natural if it can. It's gonna try to drop down here, and then we have an army in the center. One medevac gets killed, but that only had 1 unit inside. The army in the center is pushing also into the Zerg hard here. If Björn can manage to kill a couple bases from Solar, things might just turn around here very quickly. A couple good mine connections would do the trick, but not enough Widow Mines, not enough AoE with his army here. He's gonna still stand strong inside these liberation zones, and he's gonna do some fancy pickup micro. These units are not real. So I think... Oh god, did actually that Viper, did it get 2 kills? Man, this Viper has 5 kills, it's a Slayer. It might have killed all of that bio inside the medevacs. Björn in the north here, but that Nidus Canal reinforcing with those lurkers, no scan. He has so much energy though. Why didn't he try to do it? He's dropping mules now, he has a orbital on this location this time, so he can lift it against Banes, but he will not have that same staying power, so having a tank here on this position might be really cool. I think he only has 1 tank. I wouldn't mind seeing an additional tank. He still has the tech lab. These Liberators have been killing so many units, it's insane. Only single-filed Hydras are gonna shoot at those. Again, he's setting up another position here in the north, but the fluid movement here from our Zerg defense is gonna be in time to at least try to push this back here. So many Hydras. He's gonna kill these liberators and he will kill the reminders of this army here. At least needs to fall back. Bjorn needs to drop these units. Needs to get as much firepower as he can here. If he can ever kill all of that cluster of overseers, that might be really good. Like, a couple of Widow Mines sometimes can do the trick. Corruptors now being added in the mix. I'm not really sure if I like that addition. It's probably going to be against those Liberators, of course, and against the Medivacs. And eventually they will be transitioning into Broodlords. Small counterattack does not really do anything. Bjorn needs to think about another base. He's starting to mine out his first 3 resource locations here, and he needs to think about another base. He needs probably to get this into this north position. He's been pushing there a lot, but if he doesn't really lose the army, if there's no banelings coming in with this at the same time, I'm not sure if he can break Bjorn's Bioforce as Solar here. This game is looking more and more promising for our Terran player finally to get a win on the board. Shot into the Overseers. Sometimes it's all you need. Plow through the Overseers. Banelings trying to reinforce this position here, but only 4 are not going to be enough to even kill the Bio forces, even while they do connect. And Bjorn is saying, man, I'm snowballing so much in the army fight, we need to keep on pushing locations that matter. He should leave a couple units, yeah, to break down hatchery. Is going to do so. The few +3 Marauders, they should make short work of that last remaining building, and indeed they're going to do so. He's even going to catch a Hydra who's trying to morph from this location. Bjorn is actually taking this bottom base. Ah, the Nidus Worm deny. Even though he dropped the changelings. The Nidus Worm deny. It's not going to last long here. And he got dropped again from the game. I'm very sorry, yeah. Bjorn is gonna hold this base here in the north. There's one lurker though, he needs to scan that, it's gonna do that, it's gonna finish it off with a couple of marauders here surrounding that one. Who's Enki is I think he's a Spanish, he's casting in Spanish. He's a long time caster, so he's always around. He's a very grinding caster, doing a lot of tournaments. Spanish, I think from Latino America. I don't think he's from Spain, but he casts in Spanish, I think. And you have a few links diffusing the Widow Mine setup down here. Can that planetary morph before the attack is gonna happen here? But this is mostly links. I don't see anything to bust this army. Not sure why engaging at all there. He's gonna lose a few banelings there on the rotation that didn't work out for him. Bjorn is looking so solid. This looks looking like the most promising game I've seen so far in the series from him. No ghosts though, no ghosts. While we see a lot of lurkers here, and I'm not sure why he's actually falling back this much. He's giving a lot of ground here to Solar, and in the meantime he's pushing in the right top position here, cancelling another base here from Solar. Solar is also starting to run out of places to mine here, mining locations. Now we do have the Liberators come in, but there's so many Corruptors, you might have want to shoot the Corruptors first. Bjorn is saying like, alright, I don't care about the Corruptors, if I can get rid of the Lurkers, I can just win any engagement. And he needs to scan these positions. Widow Mines are still defending. Come on, repair that frickin' Liberator, man. He has a couple of Medivacs with 70 links below those, but yeah, the Marauders are plowing through this position, and this is looking so promising for our Terran player. Dropping in a good location there. I feel like he could have stood his ground for a little bit longer there. He's making headway in the south as well. Solar's trying to set up another base there in the very bottom left. Corruptors now trying to trade against these Medivacs, but those are 0-0 Corruptors. They're not going to work well against 3-3 Marines. Now Bjorn is starting to lose all of these fights, but he had so much value in those engages. But it does lose him tempo. Of course, if you start to lose these armies, you will start to fall off in the tempo. And if he can keep up the tempo right now, he could just break Solar potentially, because Solar is really struggling to keep up production, to keep up the trades. I mean, if you take a look at the resource loss, it's insanely good in favor of our Terran player here. And I think this might just be Solar's last hurrah here in this bottom base, where he has one more big attack trying to break this location. It has a lot of SCVs, so this is a very potent point here for Björn. And a very high value target for Solar. Even the Liberator defending against Zerglings, now to push in. Solar just cannot muster another force, and we do see a 2-1. I think Enki is not in the game. We'll remove him from party now. Disconnected from the party as well. And we will have... What was map 4? Let's see, Mothership. 1 second. Yes. Let me first create this. Huh? Beyond ready, right? All right, let's hop into Mothership map number 4. The comeback. Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? In the top left position we do have Björn. In the top right position it is Solar. This is a 3-player map. Solar will scout Björn not with his first Overlord, because let me quickly glance over this. Since we've got some time in the early game anyways, a 3-player map as the Zerg, the first position you want to send your Overlord is the natural, which is closer to you. So he will go to the bottom position because that natural sticks out in his direction. And the Overlord will be faster over there than to the natural on the left. So he will go in the wrong direction first. But he will... This is basically the fastest scout you can get for the Zerg player, to scout the opponent's natural. But this will also mean that you'll go to the wrong natural by default. And Björn, of course, doesn't know this. He doesn't know where his opponent is. Of course, Solar also doesn't know this. But he will notice that his opponent is not in the bottom before this Overlord gets close to the natural of Björn. It's an unlucky rotation for Solar in this case. And we'll have to wait and see where Björn wants to take the meta on his hands on scouting wise. Especially the first Reaper, if it goes in the wrong direction, that could be an issue. To deny the creep, for example. I don't think anything from our Zerg perspective is gonna change build order wise here for Solar. So he'll just have the regular setup with the double queen to be able to defend against that Reaper. And I don't expect any issues, even if the Reaper does get the perfect scout off. should still be no problemo. And it seems like the rotation is gonna be nice here for Bjorn. He's actually going into that top position, the top right position with the Reaper rally. And will happen to find Solar very easily. You kind of know this as the Terran, or you can kind of deduct this if you keep an eye out for that Overlord. The Overlord should by now already be in your natural if the Zerg is in the bottom location. But it's not there, you haven't seen the Overlord, so he should be in the top. See? So there's a little bit of mind game going on here with these scoutings, and I'm kind of curious to see if we ever see a change up in scouting patterns for the Zerg, just to kind of deny the Terran that information as well, or the other races. That could be something that would happen eventually if we see 3-player maps for long enough. Now there's the third command center setup here for Bjorn. He does have the only one gas, so it's gonna be a starport, no cloak. If any benches at all, it's gonna be a lot of Hellion production. Or most likely no cloak. He could still go into cloak, but that's gonna be a heck later than it would be with the second gas. Of course, dropping the second gas now, but that's way after the third command center, so the fastest 3cc you can kind of get with the 1-1-1 setup. But of course, he didn't really manage to do anything aggressively. He scouts the bases, sees, oh, it's a normal Zerg setup, I'm happy, and that's it. Solar also is happy, because he can kind of freely push his creep, doesn't have to deal with a pesky Reaper, try to harass him. He will lose a link, but it will gain him the information of the trajectory of this small force, and he will move his queen position accordingly here. The Greens on top of the ramp are gonna start to shoot at that Hellion, some free damage. Banshee, no cloak, as was foretold. Nostramapu. And there's that immediately stim follow-up from that one barracks. He still aims to move over this command center as fast as possible, and he will already lift this, even though he's only sitting on 6 Hellions and a Reaper basically, and 1 Marine. This is a very light unit count. If there would be 30 links, they could make short work of this, depending on the engagement. There's the first Banshee. The second Banshee will be produced. No cloak. Not gonna make a late cloak with this one. He will still wait apparently for the second Banshee to move out. He might just keep this around to be safe on the third base, but yeah, he'll wait for the second Banshee so he can one-shot the drones, of course, and have a little bit of additional damage potential here. Because he is missing that cloak, of course, and means a single Banshee is just not that big of a deal. Queen's pushing down here. I'm gonna save that position for the drone to take the 4th base. These bases are quite far apart. Now we do see 4 more Hellions reinforcing this, and only Lynx and the Banshees being at home to defend against any Link shenanigans. Oh, he might see this. You wanna start to work on these Lynx. He only gets a couple there. A little bit lucky for Solar, I want to say. Bjorn should have moved in a little bit further and tried to shoot the Lynx across. The double Banshee rotating to the north. Hellion Reaper in the south. And they're gonna start to shoot at this hatchery. Now, where's the damage gonna amount? I'm gonna go to the Banshees now. The Reaper Hellion is gonna move out. There is a queen, but that queen might just be fodder. It gets transfused in the last second. One more transfuse is gonna do the trick and let it stay alive. Banshees are not gonna be committed here, so Bjorn is very conservative this time with his early unit investment here. That means that he gets supply blocked more easily. We see 4 supply depots on the way here at the same time. But it also means that his follow-up push is going to be a heck lot stronger. If he keeps all of these units alive until that armory is done, he's going to have 2 Banshees, he's going to have 6 Hellbats, he's going to have a Reaper, he's going to have a bunch of tanks, he's going to have a huge chunk of Marines, he's going to have the 2 to 4 Medivacs. That's going to be such a healthy armor to try and push into any location of the Zerg. And Solar really needs Bane speed to kind of finish off an army like that. And even then it could be dicey with the double Banshee. There's additional factory coming up here for our Terran player. Solar again playing that Lingbane Hydra style. He has the Baneling Nest completed, is not doing the upgrade as of yet. He still needs a little bit more gas there. But that's again a little bit more of a delay on the Baneling speed, which is totally unnecessary. And now we see the army pushing. Only the Banshees are missing from this force here. 6 Hellbats, a couple tanks, a couple Medivacs, a bunch of Marines, and most importantly that 1-1 Reaper here with a grenade to bounce a bunch of Hydras if he wants to. He's not gonna bounce Hydras. There's no Banes. He did finish the Baneling Nest. He did not make any Banelings. He has so many Hydras though. This might just be too much. The position was not great here for our Terran player. He's trying to drop with this at the same time here in the north, but only working on some creep tumors. Now he's gonna evacuate back. So many Hydras. Managed to mount a defense there. He still hasn't produced a single Baneling yet. He has the Baneling... Where's the Baneling Nest, man? I can't find it. There it is. Okay, and then now he's finally starting Baneling speed. I guess he couldn't find it either. With that Bane of... Oh my god! Third factory? A 3-fact play? And Bjorn is going heavy tank this game. 3-fact tank, 8 racks. This is gonna be Marine tank straight up. He might still add in Marauders eventually. That's gonna be a lot of tanks. Like, remember when he had 9 tanks that one game? He's gonna have 15 this time. The Marine's getting caught. It's not really part of the plan though. He needs to be careful. This is gonna be an interception though. A nice deny on the space here by Bjorn. 3 Medivacs full of Marines, of course, do have that firepower to really plow through there. Solar needs even to be careful. There's still no Baneling speed, and you can win the fight, Hydra Marine. You can win the fight with the Marines. Now the Banes are coming in for the reinforce, and they do have the Bane speed. 2-1-1 are gonna finish very soon here for Solar. He's gonna have a good upgrade lead for a little bit. And Bjorn unfortunately started the armor before the damage, and that by quite a mile. So he's gonna have a really tough time in the next, I wanna say 25 seconds here, if any fights happen. Because it's gonna be +2 armor for both players and only +1 attack for both players, and that favors the Zerg way more than the Terran. A push in is gonna start here. 1-1 on the tanks does provide a lot of additional firepower though. That was very necessary because those poor Marines, they have very big suits, but no big weapons right now. But they like them guns. So this is a issue that could bite him in the dust if he does not start up his +3 weapons. Oh, there we go. Okay, at least he fixes that immediately. So this will not ripple into Bjorn having +3 armor and +2 weapons only for the rest of the game. Thank God. He will also not lose the drop in the south. But he does force Solar to rotate down there, and in the meantime he just pushes into the heart of the Zerg bases here. Kind of needs to pre-spread, I want to say, a little bit more. But it's difficult against the Hydras. Of course, against the Banes you want to be spread. Against the Hydras, not really. You'll be fighting in one bulk. But then the Lurkers come, and then your Marines kind of run out on a timer here. Did he also lose the group in the south? Did he just lose the Medivacs? Oh, he might have just lost 2 full Medivacs. Damn! Indeed. A lot of tanks rotating now to the south. Yeah, he wanted... Oh my god, he has so many tanks. Where are the Vipers? We do see Lurkers trying to counterattack, but there's no Vipers with this composition for now. Oh, there's 3, but they're not here. They need to blinding cloud these tanks. There's so many tanks. Netsu... God, no! Not without the clouds. Come on, you have the Vipers. The clouds are coming in, but they're way too late. Now they happen, but the Vipers were vastly out of position. And... oh my god, the last Banes connecting to the last little bit of bio here. Bjorn is kind of clearing out these Lurkers, but is he actually clearing them even in the north? It didn't really work out for him. Have one more tank here with 19 kills. He's intercepting so much of the enemy forces here, which are kind of rotating there. Finally, this is gonna get cleared out. 25 kills there on that tank in the end. Still triple tank production. They're gonna have +2 in a moment, and Björn needs to re-establish his position. He lost a lot of supply in the... He's even down in the resources trade. Like, this was a couple of very, very solid minutes for Solar. He's down in the resource trades as a tank player. That is not something that's supposed to happen in a TVZ, right? Where your opponent is playing Link. Come on, bro. Those lurkers are doing God's work here for Solar. This is such an annoying composition. But Björn might just get a snipe himself. There's a lot going on right now. He cannot lose this base though here. The third base is gonna die. He needs to repair your fucking bases. I can't believe it. Will finally get on the case here and repair the one. He does kill a base himself. In the south, those links are kind of just rallying in the wrong location there. The big arc of Marines cannot finally deal with these lurkers. Oh my god, man. Those lurkers are so beefy. Oh, the last 2 Marines! Oh, the scanner's gonna run out! No, barely. Literally, last seconds. But Björn again, his army is getting drained more and more. He does still keep this base alive, which is very important. He needs to re-establish that add-on for that factory, and he needs to start to drop some of those mules. Where are his Axis orbitals? He still has a bunch of energy, but he never got up to the additional orbitals. Now he's really hurting for he's hurting for income. He's hurting for money. The Solar, the same. He never really established enough bases. He's only sitting on 6, 7 bases. I guess he has enough bases. He doesn't have the mining though. Björn again mounting a push in the center. Can he make this work? He kills another base in the bottom. And he's dislocating this base here. If he can kill these Hydras, that's kind of all he needs to do. Then he has kind of free roam in there in the bottom. He does finish up another base. That tank finally deals with this pesky lurker. The drop in the bottom is being dealt with. A little bit of a mistake by Björn. Those Hydras, man. I was saying they are gonna be the heroes down here, and they will be indeed. No sensor turret here, no vision in the north. A big attack being mustered by Solar. Can he break finally that third base location? I love this unsiege tank kind of just standing there. There's gonna be that sensor turret, but it's not gonna go up, unfortunately, here. And this base will be broken. At the same time, Solar tries to come here on the right as well, but that didn't work out. He still is fighting here in the bottom. Another double drop is gonna kill another base from Solar. Solar's also losing bases. He did not kill this orbital. He does kill a bunch of SCVs. But Björn, he needs to reproduce. He has enough. He can't make 5 SCVs at once. You need to please reproduce 10 SCVs. Get up to 50 again. And you're gonna be fine here as a Terran player. He doesn't have the Axis orbital, so he really needs to reproduce the SCVs. He needs to address this issue. You cannot survive on 40 against 90 workers here in this game on a long timer. He's dropping down a few mules. He needs to get up another base as well. It's kind of just hurting for money here. He does have 5 orbitals, so no planetaries. That mule is not mining. That's a violation of the order of the conduct of workforce, of labor. You need to work, mule. You're not summoned to just time out. I guess he might be the first one in this game. We have a big attack here in the north in the meantime, and this drop in the south is still happening, still going on. The Hydra's a little bit too late to try to deny this from getting away, but Solar is... he does have enough units to kind of establish his force here in the south. Can he do the same in the north though? Björn, oh, he's getting pushed back so hard by those Vipers. He doesn't have anything to do with those. There's no Vikings, there's no Ghosts. And he will get pushed back in the north as well here. The south is going to cancel a base though. Is it? It will cancel the base. But at the same time, again, he's getting pushed back on his third base location. He's starting to run out of patches. He only has 33 SCVs this time. He's bleeding out more and more workers. And Solar is still on 80 workers. Lurkers are shooting at this command center. He needs to lift it again. This is not working out. Has a tank pop in. Probably wants to siege a couple of those. They're not even in location. He does scan this, but the tank was out of vision, out of range, not out of vision. He has a bunch of tanks. Man, I mean, he's running out. He has no patches to work with. He has idle SCVs, even though there's like only 28 SCVs for him. And he's fully saturated. Oh, that's a meat grinder here. The Zerglings are running through the power of the gun. But Björn simply lacks the muscle. He doesn't have the money. Finally, I saw one SCV being produced. He did bring an orbital over here to this location. It's the orbital from here. So he does establish a new base. He needs to make one round of SCVs, please. Or two at this point. You kind of need to drop a few mules as well. Yeah, grab those idols. Bring them down to mine. He's gonna throw down the mule hammer on the location. Björn is so out of steam. Doubling the supply now is Solar. This is kind of the last asset that Björn has going right now. It's this weird drop. Solar's not producing anything. Why, you say? Because he's maxed. He doesn't care. He doesn't need to produce anything. He can win with what he has right now. There's nothing really Björn can do against this. Finally, Solar is starting to make things again. And Björn did kill a base in the top center, but these bases here for Solar in the bottom, the whack-a-mole that has been going on for a long time, it's just not enough. This tank might get broken here as well. SCV repair is not going to be fast enough. Too many links. The top engagement also has been pushed back, and Solar will finally take this game, but what a slow bleeding out that was for Björn in the end here. Standing his ground for a very long time. So next we will have, in any ways, we're gonna go over to an A again because it's gonna be max packs, right? Max packs and Percival might be still in game. No. They're done. It's just not reported. It's going to be Solar against Max Packs. Percival took a map though, that's pretty good. What a series. Unlucky Solar. In the end he does prevail. I'm gonna drop a couple commercials right now because I really need to go pee. So we get those out of the way and back. Alrighty. we're back here. And we're about to head into the grand finals. So welcome back everybody from the commercial break. We are still in the process of vetoing. Yo, Sanjama. I'm good, how you doing? Central first, Celestial. West, Central, West, Central. Okay, Celestial on West. One second. I'm gonna answer a question in a moment. Got Pig and Geese at first, that's gonna be enough. You are talking about the interface, right? So sometimes I just prefer the GameHeart interface. There's a bunch of interfaces. Roddy has the same as Steadfast. Yeah, Steadfast, they're using like the ones that were used the like last 5 years-ish or 6 years-ish by Blizzard and ESL, and honestly it's just an inferior interface in my opinion because it lacks a lot of information, and I just like this one better because it does provide more additional info. Like you cannot see, for example, movement speed, armor values, and with a lot of patching the past few years, a lot of tiny tweaks like bonus damage to light and stuff, you want to do confirmation on those things, and it just doesn't happen on that different interface, so that's why I like this one way better. It just provides, it's slimmer, it provides additional information, it's color-coded, so it's actually really easy to see on the, it's easy on the eye to distinguish on which player I'm looking at right now, right? So yeah. I just feel this is a superior interface, and we just have been working with that inferior version for so long. I've been advocating against it at any event I have been to, but unfortunately my pleas have never been heard. It's basically a... So what happened with that is they were building this new interface at Blizzard that was, you know, Ryan Shooter from... now he worked on Frost Giant. He also designed this first version of GameHeart. He was the original creator of GameHeart. Then he went into Blizzard and he created this second interface. That's the one that's, for example, Steadfast using and the big tournaments usually use. So he created that version afterwards as a second version. And it has a lot of bugs actually, which never got sorted out. And it's not actively developed anymore because, of course, Ryan Shooter is not employed by Blizzard anymore. They're not actively working on this. It's an unfinished product. It never really came to its full potential, but it was forced by WCS to be the standard interface for almost a decade, basically after 2016. I want to say they started to do this at 2018, so it's been like 8 years or something. They kind of forced it for the last like 4 to 5 years when WCS was still going strong. And kind of EPT made their own version of it, ESL, and they just run with it. And it's just inferior. So we're kind of stuck with a bad interface for the rest of time in StarCraft 2, it seems. There we go. Yeah, I'm very passionate about that topic. It's a thorn that I just can't pull out, no matter how hard I try. So at least on my own stream, I'm not gonna bleed to death on that frickin' hill. That's some nice micro there on the probes. Oh, can he snipe that one? He tries to go around. Oh man, this probe is going in the danger zone. Adept also trying to get some kills. He only kills a Ling here. The Lings are probably not gonna find anything. Double gateway here in the front now to finish up that wall. Got the Oracle as well. And the Adepts are gonna be caught by the Lings in the bottom. Where's he gonna throw then the third? He's gonna go outside of his comfort zone here. Yeah, meanwhile you saw how Black Packs, Max Packs blocked the natural base, so Solar went out to take the third base as the natural as the third and everything. But yeah, he'll basically, both players are using the same expansion patterns. And we'll have to see really on the next bases where they actually go. Usually you see the Zerg like to take this base, which is a little bit forward. Then you can always fall back as the Protoss player, for example, take a Nexus in your basically backdoor base. You kind of want to have some vision there. I'm actually curious that he has not put a pylon down there in the case of drops, in the case of a Nidus that could go up in the back of his base. Gonna get a Twilight Council. And Solar's actually gonna take a hatchery. This is a little bit more of a macro hatchery, I wanna say. He's of course gonna saturate that one. But he will most likely take a 5th hatchery somewhere on the map very soon as well. A lot of the pro players' opinion on this backdoor base is like, I'm paying for a full Nexus, why would I only get a half base to mine? Or the hatchery. So, except Terran players really like that one. Even though they also do the command center, they can just put it there on location, they can just start mining there, and they could, if they really wanted to, just still lift it over. You can still mine from a full base if you really want to. Ah, he does get a few kills with the Oracle, that's nice. 6 drones go down here, pretty good rotation there on the Oracle, even catching me off guard a little bit. While I was fantasizing over those bases in the back door. He's gonna throw down a tech, surely he wants to get some vision now here in this back door as he sees the lair is done. That means a potential for Nidus or drops is now there, so he needs to create that vision. MaxPax is of course going into charge after he finished the Blinks, going up into a Robo. His Templar Archives is gonna finish in a moment, so he will probably get up into Storm. And we'll see a War Prison very soon. This is gonna be an issue here. He doesn't have any vision on that. And this will open up a path into his main base. And there's no wall. Oh, if Solar actually exploits this really hard, he waits for this a little bit longer. No, he immediately moves in with the Lings. And yeah, this is at a nice timing, but I feel like it's a little bit of wasted potential, because you could do this with more Lings, right? You could actually kill this whole mineral line. But he is pushing forward at the same moment. MaxPax tried to put Nexus down on this high yield gas, but that's not gonna work for him. Now Solar did break open that back door. That also means that MaxPax can now just take this base and have an easy rotation to that point. But he first needs to stabilize here. Sola's trying to use that, of course, as an entry. Hydra speed not done yet, so this is a little bit risky, moving so much forward, so far forward here with these Hydralisks. He's gonna break down the pylon, gonna depower the Robo, gonna unpower the photon cannon in a moment. Storm is gonna land on the Hydras, but easy. Not really easy to move out of the storm with no speed here on those Hydras, and that's where Storm is really shining right now. Wow! That's what the Hydras do say. Just in Zerg language. Archon is gonna get sniped down here. Only Stalkers remaining for the defense. No more shield batteries in the natural. This was really a big mistake, letting that wall just falling without vision. It's gonna drop the Robo. Another pylon does go down. Only Zealots really warping in here for the defense, but they should be able to break these Hydras now. We have +1 on the Protoss army. Does have enough finally to try and overpower this. More and more Zealots charging in here. But man, this is just not working out. More and more Links also streaming in. And Solar is just holding down the Link and Hydra button here. Just reinforcing this area. He wants to probably push the creep as fast as he can. Maybe even put a little bit of a creep highway to this location. He's not expanding. He doesn't have a 5th base. He just has this 4th base in his back door. And he will eventually run out of steam. And we do see no more reinforcements coming in right now. There is nothing going across the map. It's very slow. It's a bunch of Hydras. Finally, some more Links coming in. But reinforcement is actually gonna be very slow here this time. And we see the snowball starting to happen for Max Packs. Starting to push this back just a little bit. He needed to throw down maybe a couple shield batteries, something a little bit extra. Maybe he was just a tiny bit overconfident, pushing out a bit too much there into the reinforcement Congo line there from Solar. And man, Solar is just letting the foot off the gas. He established another 10 Hydras here. The reinforcement wave finally in. And damn, Storm is not gonna hit the mark here. Too many things are falling apart. Wow, that missing pylon on that freaking wall. You think it's the most defensible base, but sometimes all it takes is 8 Links working on a 2k HP stone, breaking apart that wall. Okay, so next one's gonna be White Rabbit. It's gonna be on West Central. Alright, starting the game. Let me quickly check this. 10k old winter. That's gonna be the next games. This is gonna be map number 2 and Solar looking good. Best of 5 of course. Solar up 1-0. Top right, the man in red, the Zerg. Solar, bottom left, the man who likes to block his opponent's natural bases. It is Max Packs. Already sending out his first probe to attempt that same thing as he did in the first game. But he will not be in time, because Solar went for that extractor trick, and it was not the fastest probe. A 14 hatch, or 15 hatch. And he will have his own hatch in his own base, in his own natural. I really like Brood War's music, yeah. If you watch this stream, you'll always hear Brood War music. There's not gonna be a day of SC2 music. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. Definitely signature music, yeah. Nexus into the Cybernetics core. Expecting none less than a Stargate here. But maybe, sometimes you see the odd adept timing. MaxPack's not really one to mix it up a lot though. What I really liked from Creator is a Stalker first, and then hunting down this Overlord. Actually, like, the funny thing is how Creator played this with the Stalker first is he makes the Stalker and he, I think, maybe even with a Chrono Boost, he walks across the map. He kills this Overlord, the second one. And then he walks back. That's the whole goal of the Stalker. He kills the offensive second Overlord that is just kind of hanging out in the map. He kills that one, goes back home, then he gets the Oracle, a Void Ray or Phoenix, anything, or even a Sentry that provides vision, kills the second Overlord at home. Gets rid of 2 Overlords and a lot of scouting potential for the Zerg. Also, as a Zerg, if you lose 2 Overlords that early in the game, you don't really want to sacrifice one to go in and scout what the follow-up is. So you can kind of do anything at that point, but it will be delayed. But that can, for example, be a Colossus 4 base Colossi all in, kind of, where you just go double Robo Colossi 4 bases. You can also play them on 3 bases. Then I think you can only support 1 Robo and just a bunch of Stalkers. It's like a Stalk Colossi all in. You just try to max and then frickin' push across the map and overpower with 4 Colossi and a bunch of Stalkers, like 30 Stalkers. So he has a Stalker this time and he's trying to kill this Overlord, but he went into the Adept first, so he's not in time to have enough power here across the map against this Overlord. And he of course went into the Stargate, he reveals the Oracle, so he would kill this Overlord. But it's already a Stargate, right? It's already seen, he already reveals full information. Third is also in vision, so there's nothing that Solar doesn't know. He knows exactly where all of the funds went. There's full transparency from MaxPax here. Solar needs to be thankful for that. Oh, the Oracle! It did get 2 kills, but does lose a lot of HP here. Twilight on the way. And 2 more gates. 3 more gates, actually, because that one in the wall, so we're going up to 4 gates. And that Blink, most likely, is actually making another Adept. That's the defensive one here. Probably wants to just go into that Blink upgrade into the Stalkers again. And this time be a little bit more proactive. I want to see him do more on the map beyond minute 5. Beyond what he's only doing with the Oracles. Because he clearly did not have the full picture in the last game. He was missing out on the fact that Solar never really went up into a big drone count. He never went up into 5 bases. And he never had any ideas of playing a macro game. He wanted to all in. And this time MaxPax is doing the same thing. So that 4 gate was really a little bit of a weird one. So he's going into the Twilight this game. He's going into a Glaive after. He's going into Glaives after. Oh god. The Stargate. But Solar already predicting this apparently. He has a Roach Warren done. That's kind of what you want. He's gonna have a lair done. That's also kind of what you want. He will go into Roach speed most likely. Could go into armor or into missile damage, whichever would be fine here. He's not gonna finish for this Adept move out though, but just having the Roaches is gonna be great. And he will snowball his Roach army eventually, and the Adepts are gonna have a tough time. MaxPax is sitting on 4 gates only, so this is not a full-on all-in. He will try to transition out of this. There's already the Blink starting, he has the +1 going on the way, and he'll most likely throw down a 4th Nexus rather soon here behind this. Let's be careful though, he's gonna try to wreak as much havoc as he can here. Sporecrawler is blocking the entry here for the Adepts, but that means this base is now exposed to Oracles actually. He will shoot down the Queen, he will shade up the ramp, and 4 Adepts are starting to work on drones. They do have the Glaives, so that's a lot of power. There's also 3 more reinforcing here in that 3rd base. Oracles coming in, but the Queens just have too much HP. Oh. Like sometimes there's only 2 Adepts that need to survive, but this is I think it's still a solid defense here. Solar has so many roaches right now. He should go across the map. He still has roach speed, which is gonna finish up. He's gonna have +1, which is gonna finish up. And he has free reign now on the map. He has an idle drone inside of his army. Yeah, he should go across the map and try to deny any 4th base attempts here for Solar. Sorry, for MaxPax. Oh, that's 4, man. The alley-oop. He's gonna frickin' snipe the tail end of that Oracle. And yeah, even recalling the last one is saying like, man, I really need some stasis at home. He's going into that storm. He's getting +1. There's a Robo starting right now. And Solar's just like, man, yeah. I guess I just make more drones. I make Hydras. I make Hydra Roach. Got the missile upgrade already. Does have already... Oh, no. He lacks the Hydra speed still, I guess. Yeah, he only has 1 upgrade right now for his Hydras, and that's the range. But he will place... Well, I guess that's a defense he made earlier. Where is the spine? Oh no, he's making one right now. Okay, that's interesting. Why would you make a spine right now? That's a very weird one to me. Both players are going very high in the work account. But Solar looks like he's trying to gear up for an aggressive push here in a moment. He's sitting at 61 and he's going into Roach Hydra. He's just waiting for the Hydra speed and then he'll most likely just commit across the map. This spore might be a red herring. It's like, yeah man, you see that spore? I'm droning, I'm going into late game. I'm setting up a 5th base very soon. You just see and wait. He should actually grab this 5th base. It's gonna push out the creep as well. There's a worker kind of scouting this area, but we will see actually a split scenario. Oh, that could be a pretty bad stasis for Solar. It's not. It's actually okay. He does have a big force here on the right as well, but the main force might just hit in the center. Not really sure which one's bigger. It's a pretty hefty split here on these units. He needs to be careful though. There's a lot of storm packed in both armies. And it seems like this should just not work. He is taking that 5th base, the one I was saying by the way, so he will be getting this area at least as a placeholder, but it's not going to be saturated for a while. Oh, that's such a big storm there. The storm lasts so long now, so the longer you look away, the worse it's gonna be. Still pushing the issue, but it seems like this is not gonna be broken here, and Solar is falling back, but what to? He's pulling back the army. This is only some transfer insurance from the main base. He's throwing down a gas. What is he up to? Like, I don't think you can win the game like this. He needs to catch MaxPax really out of position somehow. Or like have him make a really big mistake, but that storm usage might just be a little bit too much. There's one more storm in this Templar, and this is such a oh my god, clumped up army. It's so great to storm those. That feels so satisfying, throwing a storm into that. He does have a few units here in the south, but only a few Hydras. They will get killed. The workers really didn't get decimated at all. Only 2 did fall in total here. And look at those storms, man. They just standing and holding the ground. They're buying so much time. This is really where you can see that the storm change in this situation does really help the Protoss. Even though he might not actually kill that many units more with it. He certainly doesn't really kill that many less either. But they'll just buy so much more time, because they stay for longer. Now Solar is splitting up again his army here. Can he make something work? The Templar force is coming to the right side, but the center is a little bit exposed. That's where the reinforcements are hitting. Or maybe Solar just has found the perfect position for him to deal a lot of damage. The probes running through the storm, that's a lot of damage, and now they will run into the rest of the Zerg army here. Uh-oh, MaxPax. Did he just outposition himself a little bit? Not in the correct location. 25 army supply. Seems like Solar is starting to break him. He kills the Nexus on the right. He will kill the Nexus in the center as well very soon here. And Solar just clinched the victory again. My god, it looked so promising for Maxpex. Where did it fall apart? It felt like he was out of position once, and that's where Solar struck. Just perfect. Oh, okay, I need to open the next map. And the next map is gonna be 10k. Where's 10k? 10k feet, and that's gonna be with this one, and it's gonna be on West Central West again. Okay. Who are we waiting on? Max Packs. 1 minute. Sure. So we're waiting on Max Packs. He asked for a minute. Go, go. So we're in a situation right now. Maxpex needs to win 3 maps in a row against Solar, who looks on fire really today. Even though there was moments where he looked like he overcommitted into those storms a bit too much. In the end, yeah, Maxpex is always playing those DGNRs now. He lives on those. Like, he doesn't get up. Honestly, Sanjay, I have had him in tournaments, like in the RSL, right? And he has, like, in the RSL we play in the evening hours on KST. That's like morning, kind of 10, 11 a.m. in EU, right? You'd think he'd wake up. Like, he messages me when he is like in the last game of the day. We have 4 games in that day. It's like 3 p.m. and he's late to his match. And he messages me with, "Excuse me, sorry, I just woke up." So that's where you know when his sleep schedule is working. He's definitely not up when the sun is up. And I'm pretty sure that's his regular sleeping schedule. Because he certainly did not adjust it for the RSL. Yeah, he just sleeps very, very late. He sleeps at like, he starts sleeping when the sun goes up and he wakes up when it's high noon or past beyond. In the winter in Denmark, he probably doesn't see the sun at all. He's basically living in Norway at this time. He just doesn't see. He just sleeps when the little bit of sunlight is there. 10,000 feet, interesting map. Has this kind of weird mineral thing going on here. Haven't seen too many games on this one. It's not a very beloved map. Let's see how this is gonna work out. To me, this feels like a map where you could potentially play kind of like a Colossi style or even a Mutalisk style. Just kind of looking at the map and how it's shaped. A lot of these kind of weird cuts through the map. Unpathable terrain. There's your Stargate, as is common, as is known, as is foretold from the prophecy. The Dark Prophecy Zeratul did tell everybody when the game was released 16 years ago, look out for them Stargate openings. They are coming. And they did come. He was trying to tell Kerrigan, but she just fought him off. I don't need your Protoss intel. I can think for myself. No. Now they have to deal with it. Alright, Double Ling is gonna get a nice scout here for Solar. That's gonna be very... He's gonna be very happy about this, because now he can move his Overlord away. If there's gonna be a Stalker ever try to work on this one, he can actually go into the safe spot with the Overlord, like this spot. And he can still see the gases from there. So yeah. Oh, can he catch the... Oh, nice, man. The probe actually getting the last kill, I think. It might have been the Adept, but yeah. The probe definitely did do some damage. I saw the zap. There's gonna be the third base. It's gonna be the forward one for MaxPax. Solar is gonna be like a straight line into the north. We do have the Oracle come in. There's no finished up Spore. Double Queen, but not in position to start shooting from afar. Evolution Chamber does get scouted. Is a little bit of a weird one. A bit of an oddball into this game. Such an early Evo Chamber. Most likely a +1 melee upgrade here. But yeah, he just cancels this. I was wondering if he lets this finish after getting scouted so early. So he just cancels that, goes into a lair, produces a bunch of links, and starts up droning again. But no, honestly, I wanted to see this +1 star, but this might be something where you, if this gets actually scouted, this might be something. Oh, he even scouts the follow-up, so he knows it was cancelled. But yeah, like, okay, so the reasoning is why he does that and why the things are working as they are right now and why nobody's doing what I'm saying is because of the scouting is just so good for MaxPax. He scouts the +1, basically, that was attempted on the links. So the natural response would be a Robo and Colossi. But then he comes up with the follow-up scout. And he sees that it's cancelled, so he doesn't do it. And he goes into the Forge instead. So there you go. Explained in a nutshell. So nobody gets any boni, but I guess MaxPax gets the upper hand because of the scouting and he actually plays the game he wants to play. And Solar kind of has to react to what he was trying to do, and his weird idea just didn't play off, and now he's in a timing deficit because the Hydra stand is actually quite late. I've just started this now Hydra Ling, it's not even Banes with this. And there's already the Stalkers pressuring across the map with the Oracles. The Oracles are very low though, so that's gonna be nice here for Solar to try and fend this off. But he's already working with a deficit in this whole situation here. Queens are good, but our Queen's gonna be good enough. Don't run into the stasis traps. Please use single links, defuse those. MaxPax really needs this to work. He needs this to work this game. And this is not by any means a committed attack. He's up in workers, he's still getting upgrades, he's still getting additional attack. He could try to be a little bit more aggressive around there, but he doesn't really have the infrastructure to support. There's only 4 gates, so this army was never meant to grow much, too much. This is more of a pressure move to try to force your opponent to make units, and of course the stasis trap hitting as big as it did forced a lot of additional units. But those units have to do something now, unless they want to be unemployed, so he will break up the map a little bit, and he might just try to do a little bit of counter pressure. But that's also where MaxPax wants to have him, because he's gonna have Storm in half a minute. But it's not done yet. This map is surprisingly small. There's also this back door. You can mine open, but you need to do 4 trips, I think. And yeah, Solar's just breaking up the map a little bit, that's all. It doesn't really matter because those time out anyways. Those are all like bleeding obstructions. So the overmind, they will basically bleed out, I think at minute 7:20 or something. Another stasis trap's gonna hit those links pretty hard. And Solar's going into the only thing he can really do from here, which is just lurker play. Trying to go up into the hive and try to play the long game from behind. MaxPax +2 is on the way. Charge is about to finish. He did just add a bunch of extra gates. He's at 10 gates, so now he can start to do something. He's gonna have that Warp Prism. He's gonna go across the map. He's gonna start to pressure some. He has a few Zealots running into a bunch of Ling Hydra. That's a good scout. Unfortunately, it's an expensive one. But this map on... this army on the left side of the map is kind of uncontested, but it will walk into a wall of lurkers, and that's not really where he wants this game to head right now. So MaxPax is gonna rotate back. He should probably think about another transition himself. He's making more workers. Should throw up another Nexus, throw up probably that fleet beacon and get into that Stargate transition. Before those ranged lurkers are gonna hit his base. There we go. Second Stargate and fleet beacon are on the way. We'll try to go into Tempest or Carrier, which either is gonna be fine. Honestly, in this situation, on this map specifically, I think Tempest actually look really good. Oh my god, the Prism just got killed by the Spore and a bunch of Hydras. That was a very expensive loss that was filled up with the Zealots. That's 600 minerals down the drain there for nothing. That's actually really expensive. And he should probably start to chug out some of these storms. He has so many storms packed up in this army. Oh man, those links. Ooh, those will get unfrozen here. And another stasis trap is gonna help save the day here. Man, that was some great storms. He has so many High Templars. He has so many 8 High Templars. He's gonna warp in more even? Yeah, he's gonna warp in another one. And we do see the Tempest transition starting to happen. Spire on the way for Solar. Solar is just kind of poking. He's just trying to force an overreaction. And he's also already going into that next transition step with the Spire. But this is a no upgrade Spire. It's a very low upgrade style on the ground as well. He only goes into +2 missile right now. He doesn't have any carapace or melee damage upgrades. He's going into the Adrenal, so he will try to play the long game really from there. Maybe eventually get those upgrades. Man, those links, they're so red, and the last Archon shots are gonna do the trick here. The Instructor at work. But we do have a second push here on the right. That's not gonna work out though. Oh bro, that's gonna be broken hard. And now the Tempests are here to join this fight. And we do have a bunch of Zealots actually working in the north here, killing 10 drones and ravaging this base. Now if you can keep this base alive, you kind of just need to snipe these last 4 Hydras, and then you can poke away at the lurkers there with the Tempest. The Hydras, they're trying so hard to kill this Tempest force. If he had just one shield battery. If just one shield battery would have survived. Oh, these Templars are very exposed here. That's a nice surround from Solar. Really good catch. Still quite expensive though, while he's lacking the army right now. And GG is gonna be called. MaxPax finally takes a win on the board. Okay, West Central is gonna be next. And the next map will be Old Republic. Old Republic on Central. So yeah, there we go. All right, go. Let's get this running. Two to 1. Solar's still on match point here. And MaxPax needs to make this work. Now this map, who's this gonna favor? I'm not really sure. It does rarely see this in any best of 5 series even. I think this map is actually good for Protoss. But we'll have to wait and see. It seems very difficult to break the 3 bases you can get, and then that's kind of where Protoss want to be. And afterwards you just kind of expand from there. You should be able to get more bases. But it's also very far, so any distance might be good for the Zerg to just take a lot of bases. Not really sure who this favors in the late game. This definitely looks like a map that kind of feels difficult to attack. Difficult to get across. something like Nidus, something like warp gates and prisms. Those things are probably going to be very powerful. Maybe Mutus. Or Phoenix even. Though Phoenix can't really kill an opponent. It's just the I can't lose unit. Imagine Phoenix could shoot buildings. What world would it be? Like, not flying buildings, I mean. Wait, I'd lift up a building and just kill him with a graviton beam. You need like 3 Phoenix to lift a building. 150 energy is a big commitment. And yeah, it just wouldn't make any sense because the lift would run out before they even scratch the surface of the building. But like, buildings are tall enough, right? They should be able to shoot those with like air-to-air weapons. Get reduced damage or something, I wouldn't mind it. Like, do half damage to buildings or even a quarter of damage to buildings. But still be able to shoot them. I mean, those are very tall, and the Phoenix, they don't fly that high. Like the pool, I guess. That's difficult to hit for a Phoenix, because that's a very flat structure. Adept Stalker again here from Max Packs. Try for that Overlord Assassination. Stargate will be producing the Oracle in a moment. Gets Chrono boosted even on top of that. Adept going across the map here. Gonna check on the drone count. And he will just see, hey bro, are you properly making drones? Or am I being all in on 32 workers? Is this a link flood, or can I play a game that goes past gateway unupgraded gateway armies? Oh, bro. Can you see this from over there? I guess not, this is still taller than that. But the Oracle will be enough. Provide that vision. Base going up here in the back. Stalker is gonna plug up this entry. We'll get the extra gateway. The link just comes in to see the gate go down. And Queens are gonna shoo away the Oracle and say, hey, no entry allowed. You will access denied to the Zerg base. Have to throw up a revelation and then leave, please, sir. And go back to your Protoss brethren. He's trying to go for an interception on the drone transfer, but that didn't work out here. And, oh, Solar actually... Oh, look at that! He's disguising the... Did you see that? He moved drones, a bunch of drones from here to there, to make it look like he has a big drone count. Then he did move these drones over here to make it look like, just barely envision, like he has a normal drone count, like he has 50 drones. He's still making drones, but that was kind of interesting to see. Was he really trying to disguise the drone count? Pulling drones into an Oracle path is a weird thing to see, right? So that really looked on purpose, but maybe I'm mistaken. I'm not sure, but it looked like a lot of on purpose movement for me. Now Link's gonna come across the map here. And Solar will actually take a 4th base, will saturate and go above 60 drones. +1 melee. Also on the way, where is that evolution chamber? Of course this was scouted. This time it's not gonna get cancelled. I guess it was already finished up, so kinda needs to make use of that. And yeah, it's gonna be that Ling heavy style. Now he will still go into Storm. Of course Storm still works fine and just fine against this, but you can also use Colossi, because they have bonus damage against Hydras and Lings. So yeah, why not, right? They're pretty good, pretty solid, pretty powerful, and pretty infinite in their damage. No energy required for them to deal AoE constantly. It's gonna be that Archon drop and an Immortal attempting to be made, but that's a good hefty supply block right now. Prism will not be spotted as of yet. I think now he sees it with the Lings. I hope he noticed. Ling is gonna get killed off. Yeah, he sees this. He even sees the Archons. The hand has been shown. But there's Hydras against this already. I don't like this. How many gates do we have? 6 gates. This is like a light pressure. But he needs to really be careful. You don't want to lose these Archons. He's gonna get a couple Overlords. He probably just wants to lose, or not wants to lose, but he'll use these Zealots as time buying machines and then just try to keep the Archons alive with the Prism. Don't expect to see a recall here. +1 range attacks now on the way as well. And movement speed. Hydras look so slow without the movement speed. But they're kind of circumventing the army. Maxpix does see them. But this is an issue. Now he kind of is boxed in a little bit there. With a bunch of Lings waiting for the probe, and it comes down and the Lings leave. Wow. Those were very, very nice Lings. Just wishing the probe a good old day on Old Republic. We have that Overseer. He has a lot of energy. Should probably goop the Forge there. Yeah, you need to goop the Forge, brother. Infestation Pit and Lurker Den on the way here. Trying to go up to that hive, but we'll play it safe with the Lurkers first. Hatchery base number 5. Hatchery number 5 coming down here. And the Archon drop is still kind of going strong, which is interesting to see here. Even though it's not really roaming much, it's not creating a lot of vision, it is kind of keeping a bunch of units back. Just staying a threat in that north corner of the map. A bunch of Zealots splitting up from the main army. Is this a little bit too much? I sometimes wonder with Max Packs. His main force, it's like 4 Immortals and 6 Templars. There's nothing to tank for any of these. And there come the Zealots in. The Prism is gonna come back with the Archons as well. They'll be dropped here on top of all of this. And a bunch of Zealots do warp in. Oh, but that is what I'm talking about. There's no front line for this army, so if it walks into any trouble, by trouble I mean Lurkers in this point, just won't be effective enough to be efficient, but it's still effective enough to just beat the hell out of Solar. And Solar also didn't have a frontline for his Lurkers, so Maxpix does go and tie up the series. West, center, west, and the last map is gonna be Winter Madness. Oh, who's still in the game? Pig. Alrighty. Deciding game. Expecting cheese? No. What's the map? No, I don't think so. Also, I don't think on this map cheese is particularly good. It's more of a very kind of standard-ish layout on the map. And I'm just expecting standard play, but from Solar I wouldn't mind like a 60, 70 drone aggression. Like Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra. Try to overpower all that what he did in game number 2 with the Ling Roach aggression. Maybe even, yeah, Nidus, I wouldn't mind these things. I'm not expecting any of those. I'm not expecting Max Packs to do. But let's wait a second. We also have to think about servers. So they're playing on West. Maybe he doesn't want to play a long game against Soul on West. Of course, the latency advantage does go to the Zerg player in this case. There's a proper harassment, there's that Nexus going down. When we start looking at the Nexus going down, and I'm looking at the minerals always, I see him like spike up to 415, 420. Sometimes I'm like thinking back to people like Innovation. I'm thinking back to people like Innovation, and he used to be known as a machine, right? Because of his macro machinery, because of his flawless mechanics, and because of his relentless play and his efficiency, really. And there were moments you saw really, you know, when a player is insane, it's like not just a player but is actually a greatness. When you have all the pros on a LAN event, all the other pros kind of gathering behind him and just watch him play to try and figure out what he does actually better than themselves. And for Innovation, people eventually, like, they did that when he was really on his peak and he was kind of traveling everywhere. He was a lot of international tournaments, and I happened to be at a few of those as well, or a bunch of them. And I kind of noticed that people were like figuring it out eventually, and what the pros did kind of grab from Innovation and watching from behind him, they eventually would notice that Innovation would always have rallying SCVs build new buildings. He would never pull an SCV from a worker line to build anything. He would always rally a new SCV to build a new thing, like in the early to mid game. And that would just amp his mining efficiencies by so much that he had just the better timings than anyone else. And he would just be so strong in the early and mid game. And then you had like the same situation where Cyril was really hitting that peak and was becoming the invincible, right? When he was kind of manifesting that for himself. I remember being at a Home Story Cup and people just couldn't believe it. And he was just like unbeatable and they just couldn't believe it. So they gathered behind him and they just checked how he played. So they eventually like looked. They asked him about his hotkey profile and stuff like that. So it's really something to behold, and that's when you know destined for greatness. When something like that happens, where the pros even can't get a handle on it. The professionals who play those guys day in and day out, they need to watch from behind actually and figure out why they are so much worse or better, you know. Okay, so this game, expecting cheese, I still say no. We do have a Roach Warren, which is kind of hidden. This base, it's not really droned up. There's gonna be 4 bases though. We have the 3 base for our Protoss player. The Forge is delayed, a little bit faster on the blink. And he will have 4 gateways in a moment. Didn't see much action yet, a couple drones, a couple links in the depth. Not many things have happened yet. Oh, what? He started burrow for a moment. I was like, man, is he gonna go tunneling roaches now? It might have just been the same hotkey as the roach speed, just on a different building. And Aspire. Roach? Muta? So, Solar's playing a ZVZ. And MaxPax is playing, well, Protoss. Well, let's see if Solar can defend this one. He's very light on units, only has 18 links. Kind of does not want to lose this base, but he might has to give it up because half of his links are pressuring right now across the map. He needs to buy some more time. And these Stalkers, they're gonna keep on shooting at the Sanctuary. There's also a bunch of Oracles. Reinforcements finally coming in, but he needs to be wary of those stasis traps. He got caught in the last game in a big style. And again, pretty big stasis, but we do see the pullback on the links. And they will come in for a surround here. At least an attempted surround. Ah, that's a good sacrifice there. A couple links for a stasis trap. 10 mutas. This is unknown. To MaxPax. Let's check the defenses in the main. For the mineral line, nothing. In the natural, for the mineral line, nothing. In the third base, there's a sheep battery. There's a cannon. Okay. So if he goes in... Oh, he teched the meter. You need to cancel that egg. He honestly needs to cancel that egg. Because that's gonna reveal the whole meters. No, he needs to cancel that meter. Oh, it pops, but it did not keep the reveal. Okay, so it... Oh, I guess, yeah, the meters are revealed anyway, so he doesn't need to cancel anything. So what's in the main? Nothing. He's throwing down 1 photon cannon right now. He's coming in with the Stalkers, but now Solar can just do a little bit of sniping there on the moneymakers. We go rotate to the natural, but defense is here pretty late as well. More drones are falling, probes are falling, but actually Solar not making the most of this. He's really getting chased around by that Stalker army, and he didn't have another group of units set up to do anything. Second Stargate, Phoenix production starting. There's gonna be +1 for the mutas. Is he trying to make an Infestor, or is he gonna go into Corruptors or anything with this? He has so many mutas. He's just trying to overwhelm right now. It's a timing issue. If he can kill him before there's 3 Phoenix or 5 Phoenix, well then he can just kill him. 15 Stalkers is gonna be a big headache. There's also a couple of Archons to fend off mutas or links that get too close to the actual army here. He's waiting for his +1. It's gonna hit now. In just a moment here. Fleet beacon on the way. Trying to send the signal into space here. Does commit with the mutas actually. He's trying to kill this, but yeah, I'm not sure if this is the correct way to play this. He did kill most of the Phoenix and kills a lot of Stalkers actually. He's just fighting this, man. Insane. 22 meters still. And he's still making more. He's going into Banelings. Wow. He's so invested in these mutas. And even though the fleet beacon is done, there's no Phoenix range coming in yet. MaxPax is really struggling to make this work. How is this happening? And Lynx attacking the third base at the same time. Finally the defenses are thin. He forced the Archons off this base. A bunch of Zealots are gonna help and save the day, but man, we're just making full muta. It's muta day. Look at these probes, they're not even mining. There's a lot of idols here. We still have 22 meters. They just don't seem to die. Unless he can't touch them with the Archon or get enough Phoenix to kind of chase them down. Oh, he touches them with the Archon. The Mentor. And he immediately grows 2 more meters. It's insane. He just makes so many meters. Can he catch the Oracles? No, he doesn't. The Archon comes in for the defense there at the right moment. It's very many links. Like the Archons, they're gonna be his in Japanese you say Tenteki, it's his arch enemy. Thank you Brain. Baneling's coming in here on the probe line. There's gonna be some big connections. 5 do go down and more 9 do fall. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a bunch. And now the Phoenix do have range, so the meters are gonna be on a timer. He still has so many though, but he needs to bug them now. He's starting to transition though. There we see the Hydra transition is coming in, but they lack their upgrades yet. Zealots are starting to die to Banelings. He lifts the Banes, that's kind of funny. And another just rolling. Let's see how many probes we can get. 34 probes! Meanwhile, he was killing also probes with the Mutas. It just seems to not stop, and he gets the win! Whoa! Just kills him with Mutas. Straight up Mutas. Man. What a play. Yeah, and what a tournament. Solar makes it happen in the end. MaxPax almost came back, but in that last instance, Solar's just having a little bit too much there. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Make sure to subscribe and join the channels and follow the channels and subscribe to YouTube and all that good thing, and donate and what you don't want to do and where you don't want to spend money, and just do it. Do it now, do it here. Also do the free stuff. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna cast more stuff tomorrow. Gonna be more things, more and more streams coming in tomorrow. This week should be 4 streams coming in. But I gotta run because my wife is calling me right now. So thank you everybody. See you next time. Peace.